very limited information about the movement of Khar police, but what we know is that they've approached his house, his residence here in Mumbai, where the summons, the two summons that have been sent were also delivered in physical form. But what we need to understand that he is officially a resident of Tamil Nadu since last 5 years, and contrary to the popular notion that has been spread by Shiv Sena leaders, he's not into any form of hiding, but he resides in a district in North Tamil Nadu. And he also sought for some sort of relief from there, from the Madras High Court, considering that he is now a resident of Tamil Nadu. And we saw that, before the second summon was issued, the Madras High Court gave him a cushion till the 7th of April and kind of, allowed him to be a little free up until then. He sought that on the basis of threat to his life, given that a lot of statements have been given out by the leaders in ruling dispensation, which can be categorized as something, which would harm his existence over here. What is interesting is that 2 summons have already been sent. Multiple cases have been filed in Mumbai and in some parts of Nashik and Kalyan as well. But if a third summon is sent, then he is not too far away from receiving a warrant. Well, on one hand, we know that the Madras High Court has given him some cushion till the 7th of April, but the third summon might come anytime soon. So what exactly will be his plan of action post that will be something that we'll have to wait and watch.
But why is it he was asking for more time? He's in Tamil Nadu. Okay, you're saying that he's not hiding, but he's somewhere in Tamil Nadu, but he continues to make videos. He made some funny video on Nirmala Sitharaman also. Few days back, he posted it on social media also, but he's been asking time from the police to appear before it.
The video in question now is a stand-up act Naya Bharat, which is a 45-minute long stand-up act, which was released just a day before this entire controversy broke out. Now, from this video, on his and his associates' social media accounts, we're seeing that parts of it, either 30-second parts for Instagram Reels or 1 minute or 1 minute and a half parts for social media shorts or Instagram Reels, have been cut and put at regular intervals. So it's not that because different videos are coming out at different points of time that they have been shot later. It is one whole act that got into controversy, but the parts of it, the other shorter parts of it, are still continuing to get out from his social media account.
Okay. Thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, this is the latest that's coming in at the moment. Well, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has written to Prime Minister Modi condemning the centre's decision to permit offshore mining along the coast of Kerala, Gujarat and Andaman and Nicobar. Well, he's urged the government to cancel the tenders issued for the offshore mining blocks and said that rigorous scientific studies must be undertaken to assess the environmental as well as socio-economic impact of offshore mining. Well, meanwhile, tensions erupted at the University of Hyderabad after the police clashed with students protesting against the Telangana government's plan to redevelop 400 acres of land next to their campus. This has led to a political row, with the opposition BRS and the BJP accusing the police of dragging the protesting students by their hair and thrashing them. Several students have alleged that bulldozers were brought as part of the redevelopment plan, and we understand the state government has said they want to set up an IT park on the land bordering the varsity campus. News coming in from West Bengal. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has now hit out at the BJP. The Chief Minister said that red and saffron have merged, but rest assured, I will not let any harm come to you. Well, we understand the BJP meanwhile has said that Mamata Banerjee is triggering polarization in the state and Bengal is already riddled with riots.
आज लाल और गेरुआ एक हो गया, होने दो, हम लोग रहेगा, हम अकेला ही रहेगा, हम अकेला ही 100 है। मेजोरिटी का धर्म होता है माइनॉरिटी के प्रोटेक्शन करना, और माइनॉरिटी को धर्म होता है मेजोरिटी को साथ रहना, एक साथ में रहना। यही हमारा परंपरा है। मैं तो ये हमारा जिंदगी का आवाज है। मैं जिंदगी देने के लिए तैयार है, लेकिन आइडियोलॉजी तोड़ने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। चेंज करो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, तो आप तो डिवाइड कर सकते हो। जब एपीजे आलम था, हमारा देश का राष्ट्रपति कौन था? हिंदू ना मुस्लिम? नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का साथ शाहनवाज खान जब लड़ाई किया था, कौन थे वो? हिंदू ना मुस्लिम?
ममता बनर्जी से सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ कि मोथाबारी का जो वीडियो सोशल मीडिया से लेकर बहुत जगह पे अवेलेबल है, जो लोग हिंदू देव देवी राम भगवान राम के खिलाफ इतने अपशब्द व्यवहार किए हैं, तो आप ममता बनर्जी को बोलने के लिए बोलिए, कौन कर रहे हैं? लेकिन ममता बनर्जी अपीजमेंट की पॉलिटिक्स करती है और सीपीएम भी अपीजमेंट की पॉलिटिक्स करती है। सीपीएम और ममता बनर्जी एक ही साथ है, एक ही साथ है।
Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee there taking a swipe at the BJP, targeting it for its divisive politics here in Kolkata while addressing a congregation on the auspicious occasion of Eid. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's statement perhaps comes at a time given that West Bengal will go in for elections early next year. Though she said it has nothing to do with elections, one can't forget that the Trinamool Congress so far has enjoyed the minority support here in the state of West Bengal, and Mamata Banerjee's outreach coming on this day comes as no surprise to her political opposition as well here in the state. The BJP, of course, has time and again targeted the Trinamool Congress of appeasement politics, hitting out at Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and the comments that she makes in favor of the minority community. But Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee urging the people of West Bengal not to give in to any provocation that could fan, riots here in the state or communal tension in the districts of West Bengal. In the last few weeks, there have been reports of tension, especially in Malda and Murshidabad district. But that now remains under control. But Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee not taking any chance, urging the people to stay away from any kind of rumor mongering and not to give in to any provocation, directly pointing fingers at the BJP and the CPIM of creating communal disharmony here in the state. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, of course, so far has been enjoying the minority support in the state with around 27% minority population in the state of West Bengal according to the 2011 census. This remains an important, factor in the elections here in West Bengal. While the BJP's vote share has increased in the Hindi belt as well as, amongst the tribal community and the OBC community, the Trinamool Congress's minority vote bank hasn't been able to be breached by the BJP, who remains the top challenger for the Trinamool Congress for the upcoming state elections. But today's statement coming in from the Chief Minister holds significance. This is in fact her first public appearance after coming back from the United Kingdom, where she was on an official visit. And Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee using this platform to send out a strong message of peace, harmony, and of course also ensuring that her voters are well aware of the plans that the opposition parties here in West Bengal have, and also warning them of maintaining peace and tranquility.
Breaking news now coming in the Noida Lamborghini accident case. The accused driver Deepak has been granted bail by the district court in Surajpur. We're learning 2 people were injured after they were hit by the Lamborghini car that was being driven by the accused Deepak near Sector 94. And after which, this is the big breaking news that we are receiving. We are learning now the accused Deepak has been let off. He's been granted bail by the district court. My colleague Anushka is now joining us on the broadcast. She's been tracking this case and has been getting all the latest updates on the matter here. Anushka, what charges were slapped against the driver? We believe his name was also added in the FIR. How has he been allowed to go?
That's right. In the Noida Lamborghini accident case, the accused driver, whose name is Deepak, has been granted bail by the district court in Surajpur. In the matter, 2 people were injured after they were hit by the Lamborghini car that was being driven by accused Deepak near Sector 94 roundabout in Sector 126 area police station yesterday. Now it's been 24 hours since he was in the police custody. After that, he has been granted bail by the Surajpur court. Now, high-end luxury car had lost control and plowed into 2 laborers resting on the roadside in Noida, Sector 94. We also saw the viral video in which it was clearly seen the kind of brazen reaction he gave to the people who were asking him as to why he was driving the car in such a rash manner. Today, the arrested accused was presented in the court today after undergoing a medical examination. However, no interrogation had been conducted with the car owner, the YouTuber Mridul, so far. Also, we are seeing the accused Deepak, who is a resident of Ajmer, He's also, in fact, involved in the automobile business. Now, we are also seeing after this whole development, 2 people have been, in fact, injured in this whole matter. Within 24 minutes, we're also learning that he has been granted bail by the Surajpur District Court. Over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Anushka, for getting us all those details there. Big development that we are learning of now. The driver has been let off in the case. We understand he's been given bail by the district court in Surajpur. Shifting our focus now to some more news. This is from Punjab. The Army Colonel Pushpinder Bath, who was assaulted in Patiala, his wife now has demanded a CBI probe to ensure impartial investigation in the matter. After meeting with Defence Minister, the wife of the serving colonel has knocked the doors of Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann as well. And speaking to NDTV, she said that the Chief Minister has given her assurance that he will take action and justice will be delivered by evening.
We have a family of a serving colonel who is with us, so we will talk to them. So, ma'am, you met the chief minister. We have
जी,
seen
I
a
have
lot
told
of
yes जी, ऐसा वेटरन्स और एक्स सर्विसमैन इनके मेरे साथ खड़े होने की वजह से आज ये कंक्लूजन मिला है. सरकार ने हमारी पूरी बात सुनी है. अभी तक सरकार से कोई आगे नहीं आया था जिसकी हमें गर्ज था, बट उन्होंने हमें रीज़न बताया वो क्यों नहीं आए थे. और आज जो उन्होंने हमें आश्वासन दिया है, उस आश्वासन से हम बहुत खुश हैं और हमें पूरी श्योरिटी है. मैं एक मतलब ये कहती हूँ, जज्बे के साथ कह रही हूँ कि हमें जस्टिस मिलेगा.
Ma'am, what assurance the chief minister has given to you, because you were saying there was a
पंजाब की
deadline.
बेटी को जस्टिस मिलेगा.
We have
ये
seen
इससे बड़ी बात कुछ नहीं होती. जब उन्होंने मुझे हाथ जोड़ के मेरे सिर में हाथ रख के बोला कि आपको जस्टिस मिलेगा, तो इससे बड़ी बात.
Have they given any deadline, because you are
आज शाम को 6 बजे तक वो बता दें.
Thank you so much. So, well, we can see this is the wife of a serving colonel who has already said they had met the chief minister of Punjab, and they have got assurance today by evening there will be action against the officer who are involved in colonel assault case. So the chief minister, they say chief minister has already given assurance to take action on the report which they are getting from the local police, and justice will be delivered in this case.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments there on that story. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking. France's Marine Le Pen has been found guilty of misappropriating European funds to finance her far-right National Party in a case that has led to her being barred from standing in the 2027 presidential election. Well, Le Pen was accused, along with more than 20 other senior party figures, of hiring assistants who worked on her ardent party affairs rather than for the European Parliament that paid them. Well, my colleague Disha is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Disha, tell us about the case, and we understand now Marine Le Pen has also been barred from running for office for the next 5 years, we understand. What more implications are we looking at?
Right, so this is a major hit to Marine Le Pen and her political career, given the fact that now she's been barred from running for public office for the next 5 years, meaning that she's out of the 2027 presidential race in French politics. And now she has been convicted, as you mentioned, of embezzling EU funds between 2004 to 2016, and now she also is likely to face up to 10 years jail time. And in fact, she, along with 8 others, have now been convicted of embezzling European funds, and she has been barred from running for public office with immediate effect, because some were expecting that her banning would be pushed and she would get a chance to appeal, but it is yet to be seen whether she'll get that chance to appeal this verdict. But and she's yet to give any public statement regarding this conviction. This is a major hit to Marine Le Pen and the National Rally Party. Under Marine Le Pen, in fact, the National Rally Party came to the forefront in mainstream French politics. It is under her leadership, and since her becoming the face of National Rally Party, that the party, in fact, secured their best performance in French elections in the last elections that were held in France in last year. In fact, under her leadership, the party was completely overhauled, and now even though she gave up the post of president of the party last year to Jordan Bardella. She was still going to be the leading face of the party in the next election. So it's quite a major hit to her, and now we will wait and watch to see who could be the next face. It is expected that Jordan Bardella, who was her successor to the party chief post, will now be the presidential hopeful for the party.
Hello to Marine Le Pen. This is very much clear here. Well, she has been barred from running public office for 5 years and also has been sent to jail for 4 years, we understand. Thank you so much, Disha, for getting us all those details there. Time for a short break here. More on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
One of your primary concerns and one of your primary responsibilities is to deal with the threat of terror. And at the moment, we see a great deal of that out of Yemen. We see attacks on shipping taking place, and we see the United States being very much on the offensive. Is that a prelude for something larger, perhaps even a ground offensive going forward?
When you look at President Trump's leadership going back through his first term as president, he has been and remains very committed to combating and defeating the threat of Islamist terrorism that not only affects the United States, the American people, our own safety and security, but it is affecting so many people in different parts of the world. We can see different terrorist groups, the Houthis in Yemen being one of them, that President Trump has redesignated after President Biden took them off of the terrorist list, redesignated them appropriately as a terrorist organization, and taking action where the previous administration failed to.
Right.
The Houthis have been disrupting maritime trade and passage for a very long time, and no serious effort has been taken to stop that disruption. Our country and other countries should not be in a position to have to make a decision to reroute commerce going through that area simply because of the Houthi threat that exists. So President Trump has taken decisive action for our own safety, security, and prosperity. And I know we'll look to other affected countries, as there are many who are impacted by this, to similarly take action.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves World Audiovisual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
Notice by all of these auditors.
SEBI is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts.
Welcome back after the break. New Delhi has slammed a New York Times report which alleges that a British defense firm sold sensitive gear to Hindustan Aeronautics, which in turn transferred them to Russia's state arms agency. The state arms agency, Rosoboronexport, is blacklisted by several Western countries after the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, Delhi says the report is politically motivated. My colleague Vishnu Shom is now joining us on the broadcast. He's got more details about it. Vishnu, go ahead.
Well, this is an important statement by the External Affairs Ministry in report to a New York Times report, which it calls factually incorrect and misleading. It has tried to frame issues and distort facts to suit a political narrative. The Indian entity mentioned in the report has scrupulously followed all of its international obligations on strategic trade controls and end-user commitments. So let me explain what this is about very briefly, because it's a bit complicated. There is a British aviation major which provides avionics, for example, cockpit avionics, other systems. That particular company has invested, has put in funds into Nigel Farage's political party in the United Kingdom. Be that as it may, this firm, this same international aviation component manufacturing firm, has also sold components to India's Hindustan Aeronautics. The New York Times report alleges that Hindustan Aeronautics in turn transferred these components to a so-called buyer, and that buyer then sold these components to Rosoboronexport, Russia's arms procurement agency, and therefore equipment which is dual use and sensitive went from the United Kingdom and this firm to Russia through this entity which is blacklisted. Now, New Delhi says that India follows all our obligations clearly, but remember, several Russian entities, including Rosoboronexport, have been blacklisted by several Western countries since the Russia-Ukraine war began. That's what this controversy is all about.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. This is the latest that's coming in at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the developments here on this story. Meanwhile, we are now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking here. We continue to track the Thailand earthquake aftermath. Casualties are expected to rise as search and rescue efforts are underway in Myanmar and Thailand. Prime Minister of Thailand visited the site earlier this morning and has urged all to remain calm. A 30-story building was under construction, and when the tremor hit, it pancaked on top of itself while trapping several people under it. Now, the latest is that the US Army has also now joined the rescue operation. Special Forces soldier has now spoken exclusively to NDTV, saying that they're hopeful of finding survivors and all assistance is being provided at this site.
For whatever they need.
I heard that some drone technology was being given by the US to the local authorities here. Is that the case, or something other has been done?
Yeah, any type of technology that we can assist with, or any resources or capabilities that we can assist with that they've requested, we're more than happy to provide.
What do you think are the chances of survival for the people who are, buried inside that rubble?
Well, I think there are still chances of finding survivors in there, and I would ask that at this time we keep our our brothers and sisters from Thailand in our hearts, as well as our families.
Earlier also, I spotted some embassy folks, also US embassy folks. Are there any other means that you guys are reaching out to the people here? Any other, because technology has been provided by the US, any other things that the US is doing to help the cause here?
Really anything that our Thai partners request of us that we can support, we will. But if you excuse me, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have with us Phylin, who is one of the relatives of one of the people who are stuck beneath that mountain of wreckage right behind us. Let's speak with her and get to know what is going through her mind. Thanks for speaking to us, Phylin. Who is your relative that is stuck under that mountain of wreckage?
แล้วก็อยากทราบว่าใครเป็นญาติเป็นที่อยู่ข้างในเขาญาติเป็นour boyfriend.
And what was he doing when this mishap happened?
เขาทำอะไรกับข้างในตอนที่เกิดเหตุอุบัติเหตุ Oh, he's the foreman inside working, and he was just joined the work like before 3 or 4 days ago.
Oh,
yes, just 3 or 4 days ago he started the work here.
What is going through your mind? Do you have any hopes of seeing him alive? Because it's been more than 3 days now. That is a crucial period. Can you tell us about your experience?
คุณคิดว่าวันนั้นนี่เป็น3 วันแล้วคุณคิดว่ายังไงครับว่ายังมีความหวังยังมี still she has a hope. Yeah, still she believes she has a hope that maybe he is still alive.
And there's a chance that a Chinese company's faulty materials could be responsible for this collapse. Do you think the authorities, the local authorities, have done enough to question the Chinese authorities? And what's your reaction to this? Chinese name dragging.
Okay, เขาถามว่าคุณคิดว่าไหมที่คุณที่ก่อสร้างเป็นบริษัทจีนแล้วคุณคิดว่าไหมเขาใช้วัสดุไม่ดีแล้วเขาทำซิกแซกทำนู่นทำนั้นน่ะทั้งจะเป็นเกิดเรื่องแบบนี้
แต่ก็คิดว่ามันเป็นเรื่องด้วยว่าไม่มีใครคาดคิดเนาะว่าจะเกิดอุบัติเหตุแบบนี้แต่ว่าคือได้คุยกับเพื่อนที่เขาทำก่อสร้างด้วยกันแล้วเขามาเห็นเหตุแล้วก็ดูเป็นภาพเก่าเขาก็คิดว่าไอ้ข้างๆเสามันยังเล็กกว่าเลยมันรองรับได้แต่ว่าน่าจะเป็นที่คานหรืออะไรเราก็ไม่รู้
ครับอันนั้นเป็นเทคนิคนะครับ
ใช่แต่ว่าแต่ก็คิดว่าก็ตึกอื่นก็ยังไม่ได้ขนาดนี้
ไม่ได้ขนาดกระทบหนักขนาดนี้
ใช่ก็มีตึกที่กำลังก่อสร้างอยู่ก็ไม่ได้ขนาดนี้
ใช่โอเค she also think and she also believe that maybe the material is not good enough quality, and even her boyfriend saw one pillar is not appropriate according to the standard. Yeah, and her boyfriend saw that many things was not according to the international standard that it should be. Yeah, so she think and she also believe that something happens exact in construction materials and in working.
All right, my colleague Vishal Vivek is joining us live on the broadcast. He's in Bangkok tracking all the developments there where rescue is taking place. Vishal, what can you tell us? What is the situation on the ground at the moment, and what about the rescue operations?
Well, just a few hours ago, the death toll was updated. It was 11 for about 24 hours, and now it's 12 in this area. This is the spot where the building fell 3 days ago, the 33-story high building. And the latest, other than that, is that the authorities are now saying that they have not spotted any vital signs in the last 4 to 5 hours. They had spotted some vital signs in the earlier part of the day when we spoke with them, but that's not been the case so far in the last 5 hours. And many experts had already told that 72 hours is the window where there are chances of someone being alive inside a rubble of this magnitude. So it all boils down to the rescue operation. The operations are ongoing. People from across the world have trickled in. There are US Army personnel. We spoke with them earlier. There are Israeli personnel here. I'm hearing there are also French personnel here. And there are people from other countries as well helping with the rescue ops. Plus, Thailand authorities themselves are quite equipped to handle disaster of this magnitude. But at the same time, they have not been able to come up with anything positive with this disaster, because so far they have not been able to pull out even one single body, not even one person who's alive. They've been waiting for that for the last 3 days now. You can see all the cranes working in the distance. So far, there have been at least 15 to 16 cranes that have been continuously working for the last 3 days. And sometimes all of these cranes start working in tandem, all the 15 to 16 cranes. Sometimes, like right now, you can see only 1 or 2 cranes being active. Authorities have been mum on that. Why is that? Is that some new strategy? They are trying to develop some new mechanism, because there have been different angles to it. There's also the involvement of a Chinese company in the construction of this building, which fell down and reduced the whole building to a pile of rubble. And I spoke with that one of the victims' families earlier, and she clearly said that her partner had told her that he had spotted a faulty pillar in this building much before the tragedy. So there are a lot of questions over the structure, over the company that was responsible for the construction of this building. And we have been following throughout, and we've been giving you the latest updates. But right now, the picture continues to be grim.
Okay, so for how long are the rescue operations going to continue? You're saying that it's been more than 3 exhausting days that the rescue operations have been taking place. But, looking at the picture at the moment, it seems that the casualty figure is also expected to rise. It has risen to 19 so far, but there are more than 70 people who are still believed to be trapped.
Yes, the figure overall remains quite similar to what it was yesterday. More than 70 people still trapped inside that huge pile of rubble right behind me. They have updated the death toll from 11 to 12, and the overall death toll in Bangkok has risen from 18 to 19. Rest of Bangkok area had some kind of commotion today, in the sense that a couple of buildings, at least 5 to 6 buildings actually were evacuated. 3,000 to 4,000 people had to run to the streets, because there were also a lot of rumors going around that the buildings are swaying, there are many cracks appearing, but most of them are, they were supposed to be just rumors. The Thai PM has also come out with a statement saying that these evacuations don't have to be arbitrary. They have to be proper directives, and then only these evacuations should happen, and has urged people to remain calm in a situation like this. But it's quite difficult to be calm in a situation like this, because families have been sitting here for the last 3 to 4 days, and they don't really have any answers. Authorities have been mostly tight-lipped as to what's going on as far as the rescue ops are concerned. We spoke to US Army personnel. They said they are deploying drone technology, and they're doing all they can to help. They have their latest technology. But will it save the people or not? That is the biggest question, and there's almost no one to have, really 100% who could answer that question.
We understand so far there are more than 70 people who are believed to be trapped under this debris. However, authorities are making all possible efforts in order to make sure that those who could be alive, they could be pulled out of the rubble, but there is very grim chance. Well, the hope seems to be fading by this time now. However, we'll keep an eye on the developments here and get you more. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Over the past few days, Nepal has been rocked by pro-monarchy protests, some of which turned violent. 2 people, including a television cameraman and a protester, were killed in the clashes that injured at least 112 people. Now, Nepal's Prime Minister KP Oli has accused former King Gyanendra Shah of attempting to disrupt social harmony and create social division. Speaking in the House of Representatives, Oli accused the former king of aligning with individuals refusing to repay bank loans and stirring social unrest for his ambitions. Shifting our focus now to news from the national capital, a Delhi toddler was killed after an underage driver ran over him. A 2-year-old was crushed to death in Delhi. We are learning this shocking accident was captured on camera as well. My colleague Anushka joins us on the broadcast here. That's the CCTV footage that you can look at. Anushka, what more can you tell us about the case? What action is being taken?
That's right, Kitty. The Eid excitement at the Delhi home turned to mourning after their 2-year-old daughter was crushed to death while she was playing on the street outside their home. The Hyundai Venue car was driven by a 15-year-old, revealing yet again how laws against underage driving are widely flouted, often leading to these kind of tragedies. The accident took place on Sunday when the child was playing in the alley outside her home at Paharganj. We are seeing the CCTV footage that clearly shows the car approaching slowly. The driver even stops the vehicle about a meter from the child. Anabia is what we are knowing her name is. The car then starts moving again and the driver appears clueless that the child is in the way. The car moves on and the child is crushed under its left front wheel. Now the bystanders rush towards the car. The vehicle is reversed and the child is pulled out from under the wheel. She was rushed to hospital where she succumbed to her injuries. Now police have said that they found that the vehicle belonged to a neighbor of the victim's family, and his son was driving the car at the time of the accident. A case has been registered under sections related to rash driving and causing death due to negligence. Police have taken the teen's father, Pankaj Agrawal, in the custody. But we're also seeing that there are heart-rending scenes were witnessed at the toddler's home as the joy of Eid turned to wails mourning the little ones.
This is very unfortunate what has happened. It's very difficult also to look at those visuals there. This is the CCTV footage that has now come forward where this underage driver, we believe he was 15 years of age. As per the information that's coming in, he was driving this car and ran over this 2-year-old girl who was playing outside her house. Shifting our focus now, it began a decade ago with a seed of hope, a small step that has grown to fulfill the biggest dreams. For 9 years, Usha Silai schools have been on a journey of empowering women across India, one stitch at a time. Now, this journey has also seen Usha Kushalta Ke Kadam complete 9 successful seasons. In these 9 years, we have had the privilege of sharing the stories of women whose will and determination, coupled with the support of Usha International Limited, have led to remarkable transformations, not just for themselves, but for the women around them.
The Usha Silai School program launched by Usha International Limited has been a catalyst for change, transforming the lives of rural women across India. Since its inception in 2011, this initiative has empowered over 1.4 million women through 37,000 plus Silai schools spanning 20,000 villages across all 28 states and 8 union territories, and extending its reach to Nepal, Sri Lanka and Bhutan. In the journey of 13 long years, Usha Silai schools have seen stories of many incredible women who have not just transformed their own lives, but are also working as change agents and bringing in a lot of hope and possibilities in the lives of many others in the community. At the heart of this program is entrepreneurship and self-reliance. Usha Silai schools equip women with technical skills business acumen, and life skills, enabling them to establish sustainable micro-enterprises. These women go on to train others, create jobs, and uplift entire communities, breaking cycles of poverty and dependence.
क्या आपको कभी ड्रेस और कुर्ते के बीच में तय करने में कठिनाई महसूस हुई है?
Innovation drives our mission. The Usha Silai mobile app, available in 12 regional languages, ensures continuous learning with weekly updated content designed to be accessible even in low bandwidth and offline environments, bridging the digital divide. The impact is real and measurable. Usha Silai women are not just earning livelihoods, they are reshaping communities. Many Usha Silai women have been showcasing their work at various platforms like Lakme Fashion Week and East India Fashion Week, showcasing their talent, walking the ramp, wearing their own creation and gaining recognition. Through unwavering commitment, Usha Silai schools continue to empower women, uplift communities and drive economic self-reliance, one stitch at a time.
We are very happy the way India has frankly embraced what we offer in terms of skilling, and the way that they have taken it and used their own entrepreneurship to make it evolve into levels that we are very impressed with. For us, it's a, like I say, labor of love. It's a simple pattern that we do, which we replicate, and the rest Indians take it away.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The India-US strategic partnership is one that's been developing now over the last several decades, and there's a great sense of optimism over here in India that it is headed in a particular direction. To tell us a little bit about that, and there are so many important global events taking place, Tulsi Gabbard with us, the Director of National Intelligence. It's wonderful to have you here in India, and thank you so much for speaking to us. In terms of the strategic relationship and the intelligence arrangements between India and the United States, to what extent is it premised on perhaps an expansionist or an expanding China and the Asia-Pacific region?
You know, the ties between our two countries, the United States and India, go very, very far back. And so what we're continuing to see is a strengthening of that partnership and recognizing that the mutual interests of both of our countries are centered around peace, prosperity, freedom, and security. So now as we see a new administration coming in with President Trump's leadership in the United States, of course, Prime Minister Modi's long-standing leadership here in India, we have two leaders of our two great countries who are very good friends and who are very focused on how we can strengthen those shared objectives and those shared interests.
So in a sense, it's taking forward what we already have in terms of the strategic partnership, and that's one of your primary goals, right?
It is.
And how were your meetings to that end?
It is. I've been having great meetings, and of course this began with Prime Minister Modi's visit to President Trump in Washington, D.C., very shortly after he was inaugurated back into office for a second term, where they really set the tone and set the vision for where a stronger U.S.-India partnership and friendship can lead to. And so my visit here.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching, and as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
One of your primary concerns and one of your primary responsibilities is to deal with the threat of terror. And at the moment, we see a great deal of that out of Yemen. We see attacks on shipping taking place, and we see the United States being very much on the offensive. Is that a prelude for something larger, perhaps even a ground offensive going forward?
When you look at President Trump's leadership going back through his first term as president, he has been and remains very committed to combating and defeating the threat of Islamist terrorism that not only affects the United States, the American people, our own safety and security, but it is affecting so many people in different parts of the world. We can see different terrorist groups, the Houthis in Yemen being one of them, that President Trump has redesignated after President Biden took them off of the terrorist list, redesignated them appropriately as a terrorist organization, and taking action where the previous administration failed to.
Right.
The Houthis have been disrupting maritime trade and passage for a very long time, and no serious effort has been taken to stop that disruption. Our country and other countries should not be in a position to have to make a decision to reroute commerce going through that area simply because of the Houthi threat that exists. So President Trump has taken decisive action for our own safety, security, and prosperity.
Union Minister slams opposition on Waqf Bill. Kiran Rijiju says bill unconstitutional, a lie. Congress BJP face off over environment. Rahul Gandhi writes to Prime Minister Modi, rakes up the offshore mining issue. Opposition alleges Congress double speak. Mumbai cops at Kunal Kamra's residence. Kamra yet to appear before the Mumbai police after being summoned over a parody song on Eknath Shinde. Empyrean movie triggers face-off. Empyrean raises social issues, says the Kerala government. BJP hits back, says facts have been distorted in the movie. Earthquake death toll rises to 19 in Bangkok. High-rise collapse. U.S. Army rescuer speaks to NDTV, says providing all assistance and hopeful of survivors. French president hopeful convicted. Le Pen convicted of funds misappropriation, barred from running for public office. Union Parliamentary Minister Kiran Rijiju has slammed the opposition against the Waqf Amendment Bill, saying those opposing the bill are the ones who encroached upon lands in the name of the Waqf and are misguiding people. Kiran Rijiju said, who are those who are opposing this bill? There are few powerful people who have encroached upon the Waqf properties and they are misguiding the people.
My special appeal to everybody is, when we are preparing to bring Waqf Amendment Bill in the Parliament, we must participate in the debate and discussion on the floor of the House. Outside the Parliament, a record numbers of deliberations, consultations have taken place. JPC has gone on record to have the widest ever consultation process and highest ever representations being received in the history of democratic India. No other committee has gone so deep. Now, when the bill is ready, I want to request all the political parties to participate and make your point on the floor of the Parliament. Please don't mislead. In the past few days, I have received very disturbing news of misleading and spreading lies. Some of the specific thing I want to tell, that some people are saying that this Waqf Amendment Bill is unconstitutional. This Waqf rule, these Waqf provisions, these were in existence before independence. How can Waqf Act be illegal if it was in existence before the independence?
So what is it that the opposition, in fact, reply to these charges of misleading the people is, which has been made by the government now? I'm being joined at this moment by Mr. Advocate Nikhil Jain, supports the Congress party. Mr. Jain, thank you for speaking to us at this moment. You heard the minister very clearly saying that it's the same people, those who had tried to create disinformation about CA and NRC, are trying to create a similar, in fact, misinformation program around the Waqf bill. The government says that let the bill be presented. Why create this kind of misinformation around it even before the bill comes into impact?
Ankit, I think it is simply because the kind of dishonesty that this government follows and the lack of normal fair procedures when it comes to passing bills. Because what the lawman is, what Kiran Rijiju is today saying is that let the bill be presented in the parliament and then we'll talk about it. I don't understand what kind of fallacious argument that is, given the fact that this government has a history of passing bills within minutes of them being tabled. The fact is that when they tried to introduce the bill last year, at the very last minute, they decided to send it to a joint parliamentary committee because of pressure from their allies. And even when the bill was sent to the JPC, the opposition voices were not accounted for. The opposition had a number of reservations with the bill, but none of those have been incorporated in this new bill. And it's not about misinformation that the opposition or the citizens are spreading. It's about the misinformation that the government continually spreads. So far as the CA and NRC issue is concerned, the opposition simply said that CA and NRC have to be looked at together.
But can I understand this from you, sir? Hold on. Right. What you are saying that, you know, the proper representation was not given, or the space was not given to the opposition MPs. But the fact is that there is still voting which will happen as far as the bill is concerned. There can be amendments which can be moved in the parliament. The opposition, which feels that they have their numbers, they can defeat the bill not only in Lok Sabha, because it is not the 2019 Lok Sabha. So let the process, in fact, take place. And every bill, sir, there is that judicial process or the parliamentary process that it goes through. If it actually goes through the same process, then why should doubts be created in the minds of the people?
Ankit, doubts should be created, or rather voices should be raised, because the government does not want to listen. You said that opposition MPs were not given representation. I don't say that. Opposition MPs were given representation in the JPC. The problem is, whatever they said, that was not at all heeded to. That does not even find mention in the report. That is the problem. That this government does not understand a simple thing, that let the government have its way, but the opposition have its say.
But then the presumption is that whatever the opposition MPs are saying is the only representation, true representation of the larger voice. Why should it not be the other way? What the government is saying possibly is the larger representation.
But tell me this, Ankit, was any public discourse, has any public discourse taken place on this?
There is a
Did you
website
talk to
where
people of the Muslim
JPC,
community?
people can in fact go ahead and register whatever suggestions they do have. Some eminent people have also been invited, organizations have been invited from the Muslim community to come and in fact present their point of view. You can't deny that. It's all on record.
Ankit, the problem becomes that when you call people who are directly or indirectly linked to your political ideology, you are not having a wide base sort of a debate and discourse with people across the political spectrum. And I'll give you a simple example. I'll tell you why, in one line, in one example, I can break down why this bill is problematic. The fact that Waqf is something wherein people who were owners of their property, Muslims, gave it to the Waqf, and the Waqf now manages that property after those people are dead. Every state has a different Waqf board. There is no singular Waqf. And all of these Waqf boards are under the state governments. All the members of these Waqf boards are appointed by the state government. And all the properties in the Waqf are properties that Muslims gave to the Waqf themselves. Now, the original Waqf Act said that the members of the Waqf board should all be Muslims. Now, the new one says that it requires non-Muslims to be present. I'll tell you why that is a problem. You also have a similar thing in the Sikh Gurdwara Prabandhak committees, which manages the Gurdwara and other Sikh institutions. Every person on that community is a member on the board, is a member of the Sikh community. Similarly, temple trusts, every person is a Hindu.
While these arguments may be valid, but the fact remains by just saying that those who are coming and voicing their opinion are part of the government, the argument could be turned around and the other way as well. If the people that you want to be represented there, they don't feature in that, then of course you're raising this thing. There is no doubt about the fact that the Waqf, there are so many cases of misappropriation, of misdoings as far as Waqf is concerned. There is a need to refresh the way the Waqf works. Whether these kind of protests, these kind of, nobody can deny the corruption as well. But like you said, there needs to be wider consultations. We are hoping that the government heeds to that, and there is wider consultation on this issue. Thank you so much at this moment for joining me on the broadcast. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, Kunal Kamra, the comedian, the Mumbai police, in fact, has visited his residence in Mumbai. The police turned up at the doorsteps of Kunal Kamra, who is yet to appear before the police. Kamra has the protection from arrest at this moment, and the protection is on the arrest till April 7th. Multiple summons have been issued to Kunal Kamra, who has said that he has threat to life and would only be able to come and present himself in front of the police in about a week. Now, let me go across. At this moment, my colleague Anuj joins us with more details from Kunal Kamra's residence in Dadar, Mumbai. Anuj, though he has protection, what were the police saying about why did they need to, in fact, reach his residence? And what is Kunal Kamra's response to this?
Let us have some basic facts clear. Kunal Kamra doesn't stay here. He used to stay here up until, say, 5 years ago. It was then that he officially became a resident of Tamil Nadu, and that is why we've seen that he's sought relief from Tamil Nadu, or rather Madras High Court, considering that he's an official resident of Tamil Nadu. Now, the police came here a while back, almost an hour back. There were 7 to 8 senior police officials, who went inside. And as you can see on the screen, there is a C wing present in this apartment where his parents live, is what we know. And the 2 summons that have been sent as of now, a WhatsApp copy of it has been shared with him, online copy. And at the same time, a physical copy has also been shared with the parents here. Now, in all likeliness, there's a high chance that this is the 3rd summon that is sent to Kunal Kamra. However, we do not have any official confirmation regarding the same. So we'll have to wait and watch out for what and when does the official confirmation come in this particular regard. But what is important is that Kunal Kamra's parents stay inside, and the police was present here for 20 to 25 minutes, and after that they left. But ever since they've left, we've seen that a couple of police cars have been stationed outside his house. That wasn't the case. The 2 summons that was sent earlier, and even after that, we've not really seen a consistent and constant presence of police vehicles out here, but today we are seeing that, and this becomes even more crucial considering that with each summon, Kunal Kamra is approaching, or his warrant is approaching closer. We've seen that statements have come in from several senior cabinet ranked ministers, from Rahul Kanal himself, who is who was responsible for all that happened in the car studio. All of them have been directly or indirectly warning Kunal Kamra of the kind of welcome, or Shiv Sena style welcome as they like to call it, that he will receive when he comes back to Mumbai. Now, those were the very grounds for which Kunal Kamra asked for an extension, or in a way an interim relief from the Madras High Court, which has been given till the 7th of April. But given the fact that these consistent developments are happening, it will be interesting to see how this progresses on in the next couple of days.
Thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the Lamborghini crash that took place in Noida, in fact, yesterday, where two workers were injured after the speeding supercar went off track, went on the pavement where these workers were sitting. Now, the accused driver has been given bail in this, and this has triggered a lot of outrage. The driver, in fact, in this video was seen who has died. Now, the accused driver, Deepak, has been granted bail by the district court in the matter. Two people were injured after they were hit by the Lamborghini car that was being driven by accused Deepak near sector 94 of Noida.
तो क्या देख उधर पुलिस को बुलाओ पहले पुलिस को बुलाओ भैया
Leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has written a letter to Prime Minister Modi condemning the centre's decision to permit offshore mining along the coast of Kerala, Gujarat and Andaman and Nicobar, urging the government to cancel the tenders issued for the offshore mining blocks. Rahul Gandhi asserted rigorous scientific studies must be undertaken to assess the environmental as well as the socio-economic impact of offshore mining. New Delhi has slammed a New York Times report which alleges a British defense firm sold sensitive gear to Hindustan Aeronautics, which in turn transferred them to Russia's state arms agency. The state arms agency, Rosoboronexport, is blacklisted by several Western countries after the Russia-Ukraine war. Delhi says the report is politically motivated. Vishnu Shom has more details.
This is an important statement by the External Affairs Ministry in report to a New York Times report which it calls factually incorrect and misleading. It has tried to frame issues and distort facts to suit a political narrative. The Indian entity mentioned in the report has scrupulously followed all of its international obligations on strategic trade controls and end-user commitments. So let me explain what this is about very briefly, because it's a bit complicated. There is a British aviation major which provides avionics, for example, cockpit avionics, other systems. That particular company has invested, has put in funds into Nigel Farage's political party in the United Kingdom. Be that as it may, this firm, this same international aviation component manufacturing firm, has also sold components to India's Hindustan Aeronautics. The New York Times report alleges that Hindustan Aeronautics in turn transferred these components to a so-called buyer, and that buyer then sold these components to Rosoboronexport, Russia's arms procurement agency, and therefore equipment which is dual use and sensitive went from the United Kingdom and this firm to Russia through this entity which is blacklisted. Now, New Delhi says that India follows all our obligations clearly, but remember, several Russian entities, including Rosoboronexport, have been blacklisted by several Western countries since the Russia-Ukraine war began. That's what this controversy is all about.
All right, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audio Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
Notice by all of these auditors.
SEBI
is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter.
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The India-US strategic partnership is one that's been developing now over the last several decades, and there's a great sense of optimism over here in India that it is headed in a particular direction. To tell us a little bit about that, and there are so many important global events taking place, Tulsi Gabbard with us, the Director of National Intelligence. It's wonderful to have you here in India, and thank you so much for speaking to us. In terms of the strategic relationship and the intelligence arrangements between India and the United States, to what extent is it premised on perhaps an expansionist or an expanding China and the Asia-Pacific region?
You know, the ties between our two countries, the United States and India, go very, very far back. And so what we're continuing to see is a strengthening of that partnership and recognizing that the mutual interests of both of our countries are centered around peace, prosperity, freedom, and security. So now as we see a new administration coming in with President Trump's leadership in the United States, of course, Prime Minister Modi's long-standing leadership here in India, we have two leaders of our two great countries who are very good friends and who are very focused on how we can strengthen those shared objectives and those shared interests.
So in a sense, it's taking forward what we already have in terms of the strategic partnership, and that's one of your primary goals, right?
It is.
And how were your meetings to that end?
It is. I've been having great meetings, and of course this began with Prime Minister Modi's visit to President Trump in Washington, D.C., very shortly after he was inaugurated back into office for a second term, where they really set the tone and set the vision for where a stronger U.S.-India partnership and friendship can lead to. And so my visit here is really predicated on the work that has already been done, and I've been having great conversations with my counterparts here in the Indian government. I just met with the Minister of Defense a few minutes ago, and looking forward to visiting with Prime Minister Modi here later today.
And you met the Prime Minister in Washington as well some time back. How did that go? I mean,
it was,
we saw the pictures.
It was great. I had the opportunity to meet him several years ago. It was good to see him again, and it was actually very perfectly timed, where it was maybe one or
As we continue to track the earthquake aftermath in Thailand, casualties are rising as search and rescue efforts are underway in Myanmar and Thailand. Prime Minister of Thailand visited the site this morning of the 30-story building which was under construction when the tremor hit, and it pancaked on top of itself while trapping several under the building. Army has joined the rescue operation. Special Forces soldiers have spoken exclusively to NDTV. The team has said they are hopeful of finding survivors and all assistance provided at the site. Meanwhile, rescuers have managed to get the top of the rubble pile, while they say the debris and mangled metal is hard to maneuver. The punishing heat and humidity of the Thai capital abates only a little at night. The rescue operations have not stopped since the earthquake hit around lunchtime on Friday in Bangkok. Let me go across to my colleague Vishal, who's joining us with more details at this moment. Vishal, it's not an easy operation though, but what's happening at this moment on the site?
Well, just a few moments ago, the authorities here, the local authorities have updated the death toll to 13. For a few hours, it was 12, and they have located the body of a woman construction worker, and they have transported the body. They have remained quite tight-lipped about the bodies, and they've said that 8 men and 5 women have been killed so far. Bodies have been retrieved so far, and more than 70 still remain trapped under this huge mountain of debris right behind me. And we've been reporting throughout that it's a race against time. It's been taking more than 3 days for them to do the basic operations, and so far they have not actually been successful in locating anyone alive. They have located some vital signs, but even that has not happened in the last 5 to 6 hours. No location of any vital sign whatsoever. Last night, they were extensively searching for one person in particular from the top of the rubble, but they couldn't find that person. It's really difficult to, as you mentioned, to maneuver through the steel, huge beams, window panes. This whole structure has crumbled. It was a 33-story building. It was a huge building. There's many questions being raised as to what made this tragedy happen. Questions are being raised, fingers are being raised on the Chinese construction company, state-owned company, that owned a 49% stake in the Thai company that was behind the construction of the building right behind me. It was a joint Thai and Italian venture, and that is lying in ruins right behind me. And people from across the world have joined in to rescue people. As you mentioned, US Special Forces are here. They spoke to me earlier, and Israeli personnel are also here, and it's been a combined effort. It's been a very valiant effort, but so far the result has not really been achieved by the authorities there. They remain quite optimistic, but it's a tall order.
Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with all those details at this moment. Short break. We are coming back. Stay tuned. Union Minister slams opposition over Waqf Bill. Kiran Rijiju says bill unconstitutional. A lie.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching. And as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
One of your primary concerns and one of your primary responsibilities is to deal with the threat of terror. And at the moment, we see a great deal of that out of Yemen. We see attacks on shipping taking place, and we see the United States being very much on the offensive. Is that a prelude for something larger, perhaps even a ground offensive going forward?
I mean, you look at President Trump's leadership going back through his first term as president, he has been and remains very committed to combating and defeating the threat of Islamist terrorism that not only affects the United States, the American people, our own safety and security, but it is affecting so many people in different parts of the world. We can see different terrorist groups, the Houthis in Yemen being one of them, that President Trump has redesignated after President Biden took them off of the terrorist list, redesignated them appropriately as a terrorist organization, and taking action where the previous administration failed to.
Right.
The Houthis have been disrupting maritime trade and passage for a very long time, and no serious effort has been taken to stop that disruption. Our country and other countries should not be in a position to have to make a decision to reroute commerce going through that area simply because of the Houthi threat that exists. So President Trump has taken decisive action for our own safety, security, and prosperity. And I know we'll look to other affected countries, as there are many who are impacted by this, to similarly take action.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audio Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
By all of these auditors.
SEBI is
Welcome back. It is a new season after the mega auction, and while the traditional overachievers like Chennai and Mumbai are taking time to get into the thick of things, some of the top guns like MS Dhoni and Rohit Sharma are under the scanner too. Tonight, we zoom in on the curious case of MS Dhoni. Chennai won the first match versus Mumbai. Dhoni came out at number 8, when Chennai had almost sealed the win. But in the subsequent games versus Bengaluru and Rajasthan, the Thala emerged at number 9 and number 7 respectively. The finisher of all seasons is now not being able to do the finishing act. So what has happened? Let's listen in to coach of the Chennai team, Stephen Fleming, on MSD's entry time in each of these matches.
Yeah, it's a time thing. MS judges it. His body, his knees aren't what they used to be, and he's moving okay, but there's still an attrition aspect to it. He can't bat 10 overs running full stick, so he will gauge on the day what he can give us. If the game's in the balance like today, he will go a little bit earlier, and he backs other players when other opportunities are up. So he's balancing that. I said it last year, he's too valuable to us, leadership and wicket keeping, to throw him in at 9-10 overs.
I'm joined by Akash Dasgupta, senior sports journalist at this hour. Akash, welcome to the show. For Chennai, would you say it's a strange dilemma to be faced with? On one hand, the coach himself is admitting that Dhoni can't bat for 10 overs. On the other hand, he's invaluable when it comes to leadership.
Well, good evening, Rika. Yes, that's a nice way of really summing up this entire situation. They, in fact, do find themselves in quite a bit of a conundrum, if I can use that word. On the one hand, you have someone who's, if I could go as far as saying synonymous with the IPL itself. He is one of only, I think, 9 players who's been around since the very first season in 2008. Someone who's, led CSK to 5 titles. We know what he brings to the table as a leader, as a captain. Stephen Fleming himself saying as much. But on the other hand, if you see what's happening, and Fleming again mentioned this, and I appreciate Fleming coming to a press conference and being very upfront and honest about this, that to say that MS's body is not what it used to be. He mentioned the knees, saying that the knees are obviously not what they used to be. We've seen it while he's keeping as well. He's not bending down as much as he used to, even though his reflexes behind the stumps are still absolutely lightning quick. But when it comes to the batting, look, MS has always been a self-styled floater, hasn't he? Even in Indian cricket, we've seen that he's gone up and down the batting order depending on what the situation demands. But there was a time when we knew that regardless of what the equation might be, unless of course it was absolutely impossible, MS walking out to the middle would mean that the match is well and truly on. And whether he's playing for India or for Chennai Super Kings, there is a very good chance that he might take the team across the finish line. What has happened now over the last couple of seasons, the very big change that we've seen is that that aura has dimmed. We don't know for sure when MS is walking out to bat whether he can actually take Chennai Super Kings across the finish line. Look, he's 43 years old. Yeah. The hand-eye coordination takes a hit. And of course, if you see the way he's batting and pushing himself down the order, that in itself really says a lot.
Akash, when we talk about MS Dhoni, the one word that comes to everyone's mind is impact. But here's a stat that I've been seeing, that ever since the impact player rule came in, he has not hit a single boundary in a successful chase. What does it necessarily say about the impact player MS Dhoni?
Well, again, going back to what I was saying, Rika, I mean, there is no doubt anyone, even the staunchest of Chennai Super Kings fans will agree when, someone says that MS Dhoni, the batter, is not having the same kind of impact that he once used to have. The thing is, when someone has a career like MS's, where he's really been a standout performer, not just as a captain, but also as an impact batsman, then when suddenly that dip comes, it's very, very difficult for people to accept it. But what has happened over the last couple of seasons is that we've come to realize that the writing is pretty much on the wall in terms of his batting, which is why if you see what's happening over the last couple of games, and you mentioned it yourself just now, in the first match against RCB, he came as low down as number 9. Now, when the team needs an impact knock to, win the match with someone like MS Dhoni in the dugout, do you really, feel comfortable seeing him walking out at number 9? The straight upfront answer is no. You want him to walk out earlier, which is why when he came out at number 7 in the match against Rajasthan, everyone felt that is the right decision. And remember, these are all calls that are being taken by MS himself. Right. Let's be honest about this. He is deciding his batting order because he, of course, has
That's what even Stephen Fleming mentions, that it is his call when to come out. Akash, Chennai is in a conundrum, would you say that, and also Chennai is not known to take a left field approach, would you say that one of the innovative ways around this would be to have MS Dhoni as the pinch hitter?
Well, yes, again, that is one way of looking at it, Rika, that could solve, a few of the problems, of course. But what happens is that, see, T20, of course, as we all know, is a very, very fluid, format. It is the shortest format. You have to think on your feet. You have to be very quick on your feet. And not all the decisions, of course, can be taken by the captain and coach who might be sitting in the dugout when you're batting. So what happens is that it depends on the match situation. A lot, of course, depends on the match situation. Now, if you see what happened in the match against Rajasthan when, Ravindra Jadeja and MS Dhoni were batting together, you sensed that the run flow, of course, slowed down. The rate at which the runs were being scored, it slowed down. And MS, of course, came into bat when the equation was almost bordering on the impossible. They needed 50 odd or 20 odd balls when MS walked out to bat against Rajasthan. But
Akash,
what happened?
Before I let you go, I'll have to ask you a quick one question. Do you think all the drama around MS Dhoni, the crowd wanting MS to come into bat and for Chennai wickets to fall, is also putting Chennai Super Kings under a lot of pressure?
Well, absolutely. That's a huge factor, Rika, because like I mentioned earlier, MS is synonymous with the IPL and, of course, with Chennai Super Kings. You can't think of this team without MS. And if I could quickly point out one other thing, Rika, if you see the sequence of events that have happened in 2022 when Ravindra Jadeja was handed the reins of the team, MS stepped down as captain. That was a clear sign for most people tracking the game that he was ready to exit. But of course, the Jadeja experiment didn't work out. So MS had to come back. And then Ruturaj was picked. But MS has to stay in the team right now.
While Ruturaj is captaining, it seems MS Dhoni is the shadow captain. Akash, thank you very much for joining us with all those thoughts. Now, Mumbai Indians will be desperate for a win as they take on Kolkata Knight Riders tonight. Mumbai Indians haven't got off to the best of starts to their campaign, having lost back-to-back matches against Chennai and Gujarat. The Hardik Pandya-led side has failed to fire collectively both in batting and bowling, allowing the opposition to dominate them. Moreover, the poor run of form of Rohit Sharma at the top has added to Mumbai's woes. Kolkata got their title defense off to a poor start, losing the opening game against Bengaluru by 7 wickets. However, they've made a strong comeback in the next game, beating Rajasthan by 8 wickets, riding on a splendid innings of Quinton de Kock. Tonight, these two sides face off at the Wankhede Stadium. And let's have a quick look at the points table. Most of the teams have played between 2 and 3 matches, and Royal Challengers Bengaluru, there you can see they are on the top of the table, and these are the 5 teams that occupy the first. This is, of course, the last 6: Kolkata, Chennai, Hyderabad, Rajasthan, and Mumbai. These are the last 6 on the points table, and Mumbai hasn't really got off to a win today. Kolkata, of course, in the mid-table at number 6. These two sides match up against each other tonight. Now, Sanjay Samson, the captain of Rajasthan Royals, has gone to the BCCI Centre of Excellence in Bengaluru to seek clearance for keeping wickets this season. The India keeper batter flew from Guwahati to Bengaluru earlier today to seek full clearance from the COE managers. The Rajasthan Royals skipper had initially received only a partial and temporary go-ahead to play in the ongoing IPL following surgery on his right index finger. Now he will undergo testing by the Sports Science Wing at the COE and request an approval to resume his full duties that includes wicket keeping as well. And let's listen into the special interview from Salman Khan on his upcoming movie Sikandar.
बात कर रहा हूँ सलमान और सलमान के साथ रश्मिका मंदाना जो कि सिकंदर का हिस्सा है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं यही पूछूंगा आपसे कि सिकंदर का लोगों को बड़े बेसब्री से इंतज़ार था। वो तो एक तो इसलिए कि सलमान की फिल्म है, ईद पे रिलीज़ हो रही है
जी,
और तीसरा इसलिए कि 3 महीने से नए साल में कोई छावा के अलावा कोई बड़ी फिल्म नहीं है। तो सब सारा जो दारो मदार है वो आपके कंधों पे। आपको भी प्रेशर।
छावा बहुत ही अच्छी पिक्चर थी एंड आई थिंक विकी इज डन अ ग्रेट जॉब एंड सो इज शी डन अ फैंटास्टिक जॉब इन छावा।
जी रश्मिका जी, आपको गोल्डन गर्ल का नया तमगा मिल गया है।
अरे क्या क्रश्मी का है और क्या क्या है।
इतना नाम,
इतने क्या इतना प्यार
इतना प्यार,
इतनी खुशी।
लेकिन ये तो मुझे अक्सर जो लोग हैं जो सलमान के साथ जब काम करते हैं उससे पहले सलमान का एक ऑरा है जो कि कैमरा पे भी होता है और पीछे भी लोग समझते हैं। आपने जो सुना था और जब मिले क्या डिफरेंस पाए?
बहुत डिफरेंट था। लेकिन
अच्छा ही सुना था ना सब?
हाँ मतलब इतने स्टोरीज होता है तो इट्स ट्रिकी, लेकिन when I met him, the whole, as in, he's a superstar. Like, he is literally a living legend, right? So there's a different aura that SK carries, and you know, it's his lovely people around and everything. But as an actor, he was just like every one of us, you know. He does the hard work, he thinks about the scenes, he helps me out, and every time after finishing a scene I'll go to SK and be like, sir, how's it and he'll guide me right, and all of that. I feel like, you know, you hear stories about him, but when you actually meet him, he's genuinely a nice human being. So you're like, okay, here is someone who I can depend on.
एक स्टोरी जो आपने सुनी हो और आपको लगा कि नहीं ये तो बिल्कुल अलग है जो आपने सुना हो पहले?
As in, it's not a story, but the second you say he's a legend or he is this living superstar, you have this thing of, okay, you know, you can't like talk, you know, freely to a star. This is a story that you make up in your own head. But when you actually meet SK, he doesn't give you that energy. He's like, what's up?
but Rashmika, none of us will ever give you that kind of energy. A guy who's doing well is now named for a superstar, and there you have what Talapati and what else you have? Talaivar. Out here you have yes, but we never call ourselves that. You will never see it in our films also that we called superstar Salman Khan. वो तो tag देते हैं superstar का picture में चल रही वही बहुत है.
But is it like your choice?
Nobody, like even if you work with Rajni Garu, okay, we work with Chiru Garu, you know, Kenny, you know, Vijay, you know, Surya, they will never ever give you that feeling that you're working with, you know, somebody, because I don't think that we or they or anyone think कि we are gods, कि हमने अपने आप को बनाया है. They all know कि इन सब लोगों की वजह से we are here, and especially with the consent of our fans, we're here. जहाँ जो भी whoever starts thinking that he's a god and he's a superstar, his career will go off like that.
आज के डेट में ऐसे लोग हैं इंडस्ट्री में हमारे, आपको लगता है?
नहीं, मैं यही तो कह रहा हूँ कि नहीं है. नहीं है.
Okay. No, but honestly, when you see someone on screen, no, it already makes you feel like that person is larger than life.
Now that is a problem when people start believing that image of them when they're on screen. They start believing that, then that's a problem. Okay, I can take on 10 people. No, you can't take on.
कैमरा पे भी एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं.
Can't take on people.
कैमरा पे भी एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं. कैमरा के पीछे भी एक्टिंग करने.
हाँ, मैं नहीं, वो उनकी थिंकिंग वो ये हो जाती है कि I can take on 10 people. No, Baba, don't even try it. They'll beat the hell out of you. Okay, I can romance so many girls. No, dude, your wife will kill you. Wife will kill you. I'm looking good. You come and start looking good. You start, you know, posing, and they'll say, "What an idiot, dude." So, वो जो screen का image, if you start taking that personally, you're doomed. You're doomed कि पिक्चर वाइज तो चले, मतलब वो तो ख़त्म ही है, बट पर्सनली when you do not get the response, like the response that you want at one given time, one given age, how will you be able to live the rest of your life? There's only one way that you will live the rest of your life, and that will be in the highest form of frustration, angst, jealousy. These are the only way that you will कुड़ के आदमी वो जीता होगा जिसने अपने आप को वो स्क्रीन का इमेज मान के चला है।
जी, बहुत से लोग हैं ऐसा जो करते हैं, बट मैं अगर आपसे पूछूं कि सिकंदर में मैं कल आपका एक इंटरव्यू सुन रहा था जो आपने ग्रुप इंटरव्यू किया था, उसमें आपने कहीं बोला था कि सिकंदर की जो लाइन है, फिलॉसफी वो ये है कि कहीं पे भी किंग चला जाए तो वो किंग होता है।
जी,
आप कितना पैरेलल ड्रॉ करते हैं अपने साथ? उस फिल्म में भी, ट्रेलर में मैं देख रहा था, 10-12 लोग आपके साथ चल रहे होते हैं, रियल लाइफ में भी आपके साथ, कितना आप
देखो, इससे मैं ज़्यादा रिलेट नहीं कर पाता, क्योंकि अगर हमको अगर ये होता तो हम तेलुगु फिल्में और मलयालम फिल्में और तमिल फिल्मों में भी यही जो यहाँ पर ग्रॉस करते हैं, जो यहाँ पर कमर्शियल हिट्स देते हैं, ये वहाँ पर भी होता है।
पर रश्मिका, अभी जिस तरह का आपके बारे में हम बात करते हैं, गोल्डन गर्ल और ये सब जो कंपटीशन है आपका साउथ में,
क्या कंपटीशन है सर?
अब जो बाकी जो एक्ट्रेसेस हैं उनको भी लगता होगा कि यार
कोई कंपटीशन नहीं है वहाँ पर।
I got scared for a second. I was like, who? What?
मेरा मतलब है कि जो बाकी एक्टर्स उनको भी लगता होगा कि यार सलमान के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, रणवीर के साथ काम कर रही हैं, विक्की के साथ काम कर रही हैं, तो कहीं कोई ऐसा फीलिंग आपको समझ में आया और साउथ से कि जो बाकी एक्ट्रेसेस हैं उनको लगने लगा कि यार रश्मिका की तो निकल पड़ी टाइप्स?
Sir, I read this quote in one book saying what separates you to be a star from an actor is the choices that you make. Now, it was my choice to go to different industries, Kannada, Telugu, Tamil, Hindi, and tomorrow I want to do a Malayalam film also. Hopefully I get that opportunity.
Kalas mil gaye. No, because all these interviews are going on.
वो देख के लोग,
वो Mohanlal is listening to this right now.
I hope so. So these were my choices, sir. And the films that I'm doing today also are purely my choices. I don't have any other reference to, because like I don't know if any other person has come from Coog, gone to Kannada industry, made a debut there, and then Tamil and Telugu and Hindi. So I don't have a reference point. My life is my life. I will make these choices. Whatever happens tomorrow is upon me. So I feel like the second you say competition, I don't relate to that, because I'm like, if like
सभी अपना अपना काम कर रहे हैं।
Yeah.
अगर इनके पास 2 बड़ी पिक्चर है तो उनके पास 3 बड़ी पिक्चर है, इनके पास 1 बड़ी पिक्चर है तो अगर उनकी 2 हिट हो गई तो इनकी 3 हिट हो गई। वो उनका इंडस्ट्री में सब चलते रहता है। और यू शुड हैव दैट कंपटीशन। आई फील के वो कंपटीशन से ही आपका ग्रोथ होता है। अगर यही चलती आ रही है, वहाँ पर कोई दूसरा है नहीं, तो देन शी herself will become very complacent. So when she sees that, okay, now who are the girls there? Working.
Oh, let's not mention names.
Okay, chalo. So whoever the girls are there, they are working. There are quite a few actually. They're working there, and she is the only one ruling. No, उसकी भी हिट होनी चाहिए, आपकी भी हिट होनी चाहिए, ताकि वो आपका लेवल उनकी वजह से भी ग्रो होता है कि इसने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. So now I need to do better work. And you need to keep on working on yourself every single day.
That's true.
तो जो इनसिक्योरिटीज की बात आप कर रहे थे ग्रुप इंटरव्यूज में, वो इनसिक्योरिटीज वहाँ आपको देखने को नहीं मिलती?
कहाँ पे? इनसिक्योरिटी तो हर जगह देखने को मिलती है।
सिर्फ ऐसा नहीं कि यहीं पे।
बस मेरे में देखने को नहीं मिलती है।
है आपको देखने को मिली?
I'm just like, you don't see these things. You don't even know, as in, I don't know, sir.
ना इनसिक्योरिटीज तो मतलब होंगी शायद लेटेंट, बट अभी तक के वो उभर के आई नहीं हैं और शायद आएंगी भी नहीं, क्योंकि इतना दबा के रखूँगा उनको कि मरने के बाद भी बोलेगा कि इसमें तो कोई इनसिक्योरिटीज थी नहीं।
ईद पे फिल्म रिलीज हो रही है?
सॉरी, ईद पे, दिवाली पर, क्रिसमस में, इंडिपेंडेंस डे, रिपब्लिक डे, फेस्टिवल, नॉन फेस्टिवल, होली, जो भी है, जब पिक्चर रिलीज़ होती है वो आपको उस प्रकार की पिक्चर बनानी चाहिए जो कि हमारा जो एक ऑडियंस है I think right now वो जो mass and class का audience एक हो गया है, so आपका जो एक reach बहुत बड़ा हो गया है, तो आपको वो जो picture एक sensible picture बनाकर जिसमें हर चीज़ हो, message तो सबसे छोटा होना चाहिए, message सबसे छोटा होना चाहिए सर. वो जैसे टेलीग्राम, एक पुअर आदमी टेलीग्राम लिखता था ना पहले कि डैडी कम सून, मॉम नॉट वेल, वो हर एक तो उस हिसाब से मैसेज होना चाहिए. डायलॉग्स ऑल्सो वैसे ही होने चाहिए और प्लॉट बहुत तगड़ा होना चाहिए. स्क्रीन प्ले बड़ा ही कमाल का होना चाहिए कि व्हाट नेक्स्ट. अब ओ माय गॉड, देखा मैंने बोला था ना. सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स should be there, and once the film is over, the guy should want to follow the hero. The guy should want to get married to somebody like the heroine, that I want a girl like this girl. Sister feeling wali would want a brother, mother would want a son like this. Once
जैसे राजेश खन्ना साहब के साथ
जी नहीं, राजेश खन्ना साहब तो मतलब हर एक को उनसे शादी करनी थी भाई.
आपसे भी करनी है बहुत लोगों को, आपसे भी करनी है सलमान. मैं आपसे ये पूछ रहा था कि आपकी फिल्म का आपका दीदार लोग सिनेमा हॉल में करेंगे ईद के दिन, आपके फैंस आपका दीदार कर पाएंगे?
जी
कर पाएंगे.
जी
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए.
थैंक यू.
Hello, Moto.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The India-US strategic partnership is one that's been developing now over the last several decades, and there's a great sense of optimism over here in India that it is headed in a particular direction. To tell us a little bit about that, and there are so many important global events taking place, Tulsi Gabbard with us, the Director of National Intelligence. It's wonderful to have you here in India, and thank you so much for speaking to us. In terms of the strategic relationship and the intelligence arrangements between India and the United States, to what extent is it premised on perhaps an expansionist or an expanding China and the Asia-Pacific region?
You know, the ties between our two countries, the United States and India, go very, very far back. And so what we're continuing to see is a strengthening of that partnership and recognizing that the mutual interests of both of our countries are centered around peace, prosperity, freedom, and security. So now as we see a new administration coming in with President Trump's leadership in the United States, of course, Prime Minister Modi's long-standing leadership here in India, we have two leaders of our two great countries who are very good friends and who are very focused on how we can strengthen those shared objectives and those shared interests.
So in a sense, it's taking forward what we already have in terms of the strategic partnership, and that's one of your primary goals, right?
It is.
And how were your meetings to that end?
It is. I've been having great meetings, and of course this began with Prime Minister Modi's visit to President Trump in Washington, D.C., very shortly after he was inaugurated back into office for a second term, where they really set the tone and set the vision for where a stronger U.S.-India partnership and friendship can lead to. And so my visit here is really predicated on the work that has already been done, and I've been having great conversations with my counterparts here in the Indian government. I just met with the Minister of Defense a few minutes ago, and looking forward to visiting with Prime Minister Modi here later today.
And you met the Prime Minister in Washington as well some time back. How did that go? I mean,
it was,
we saw the pictures.
It was great. I had the opportunity to meet him several years ago. It was good to see him again, and it was actually very perfectly timed, where it was maybe 1 or 2 hours after I was officially sworn into this position as Director of National Intelligence that he arrived in Washington, D.C. and had the opportunity to welcome him back to the United States.
Yeah.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching, and as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. Eid Mubarak to all of you out there. Hope you've enjoyed the festivities. Lots lined up on the show this Eid, including our focus on a face-off over a large piece of land in Hyderabad and also the Empuran controversy in Kerala. But first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this hour. The face-off over the Waqf Bill intensifies. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju hits out at the opposition, claims it's a lie to call the bill unconstitutional, tells opposition to stick to facts. In the Kunal Kamra case, Mumbai police steps up pressure on the comedian and goes to his house. Kamra yet to appear before the police. The rescue efforts continue in Bangkok as the death toll rises to 19. US Army rescue teams tell NDTV they're providing all possible assistance to rescue people from the debris of collapsed high-rises. Well, first up this evening, a sharp political exchange and protests in Hyderabad over 400 acres of land in what is known as the Kancha Gachibowli area, in which the Revant Reddy government has proposed to put on auction to build an IT park. When earth movers were brought into the area to clear the land on Sunday, over 100 students protested and 50 of them were taken into custody. But the protesting students alleged that the land belonged to the Hyderabad University and that the construction there would affect the rock formations and lakes. The government was categorical in reiterating that the land did not belong to the university and belonged to the state government. It stated that the state had reclaimed the land from a private company in 2004 and that even the Supreme Court in May 2024 had upheld the state's ownership of that land. The BRS, however, was unrelenting and has launched a campaign even demanding a response from Rahul Gandhi on the issue. Listening.
कांग्रेस पार्टी सरकार तेलंगाना की वो ऑक्शन करना चाहते हैं। ऑक्शन करके रियल एस्टेट कंपनीज को ये लैंड देना चाहते हैं लोग, इसलिए स्टूडेंट्स लगातार आंदोलन कर रहे हैं सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के सभी मिलकर। उस आंदोलन को कुचलने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी सरकार पुलिस को यूज करके उनको अरेस्ट करना, लाठीचार्ज करना, केसेस लगाना, ये सब कर रहे। बिल्कुल ये अनडेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम है। कांग्रेस सरकार, मैं स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री को चिट्ठी लिखा हूं इस एक्शन को रोकने के लिए।
Well, Union Minister Kishan Reddy there speaking, but remember, two very factually different statements on that story. The government, as I mentioned, has categorically reiterated its ownership and clarified on all the issues that have been raised by the opposition and the protesters. The concerns then raised by the protesters, are they genuine or just political in nature? Joining us this evening, environmental activist Shivani Upadhyayula, one of the students who protested there from the ABVP, Balakrishna Kanukati, and also political analyst Shyam Prasad Meka. I believe my colleague Uma Sudhir is also there with us this evening. Uma, if I can come to you first before I can go to the guests, very briefly put this controversy in a nutshell for us, because there are two factually contradictory statements being made. The government categorical about ownership, whereas the BRS taking on the state government over that proposed project.
See, the matter of ownership of the Kancha Gachibauli 400 acres of land is not in dispute, I must say, because there was a legal case about a dispute about this particular piece of land that was in fact handed over to a private entity in 2004, and subsequently the state government was handed over the land, and even in that particular case, the University of Hyderabad was not a respondent in that particular case. So there is no doubt about the ownership of the land per se. The land does belong to the government, and it is about 400 acres of parcel that the government says they are going to build an IT park there. But what is could be a matter of concern is whether this is an ecologically sensitive zone of urban forest area and something in which there are water bodies, there are a lot of biodiversity is there, rock formations as well, and on that count is where the government is saying that we are not against any of those rock formations. We are not going to disturb them. The water formations are not going to be part of this parcel that will be auctioned and developed as an IT park, and we are very sensitive to the microclimate of that particular area, and that's the reason why we are going to take all the necessary precautions. So whether that does happen in letter and in spirit, that is something that we have to wait and see, because there are apprehensions that a lot of the green lung of that area may be cut down with all those earth movers being brought in. The apprehensions had grown big, and that's the reason why the students had gone over in big numbers. I must point out there's a school of economics that is part of the University of Hyderabad that's built in this parcel of land, but that again is something that the government says will protect.
All right, Shivani Upadhyayula, explain to us the environmental context, because there are multiple facets to it, and this is not the one-off confrontation we would see on an issue of this nature. Every city would have lung spaces where there is a constant battle to protect them at one side and development on the other. In a brief nutshell, just explain the environmental context of this area to us.
So, this is basically used to be part of the university land, the 400 acres, and the entire university comes up to around 600 acres, which is, if you collectively look at it, it is bigger than KBR National Park. And when you look at the biodiversity within this landscape, there's many Schedule 1 species like monitor lizard and endangered species like star tortoise. And we've also seen, one report has seen that there's also 4 horned antelopes in this area along with spotted deers. So if there is a lot of Schedule 1 species within this landscape, and there's a lot of native vegetation that has been preserved within the premises of the university since 1974, and it has been like a carbon sink for the city since 1974 and before that. So if we are completely uprooting this part of the carbon sink right now, if you're seeing the weather changes right now in Hyderabad, the temperatures are already at 40 degrees and it's only March. It's only mid-March. So, and that probably happened because of the coca-pit development that recently happened 2 years ago. So if we are going to destroy every carbon sink that is within the city and build IT hubs, what is the quality of life that we are aspiring to have?
Oh, absolutely. It's an important question that you're raising there. Shyam Prasad Meka, so in a sense, is the protest purely political? Before I get to the student on the panel, put this in perspective. Is it purely political in nature, or are there genuine concerns that need to be taken into account?
No, Veera Raghav, since I am wearing my political analyst hat, let me dissect this issue. There are two questions. One, who the land belongs to. Second, is the question of where do you draw the line between development and ecology, okay? Let me address the first one since there is a lot of confusion over there. Not even an inch of, even the other part of Hyderabad Central University doesn't belong to Hyderabad Central University for that matter. Everything is state government only. Since 1974, this about 1,500 acres was given, assigned for the academic purposes for the Central University. But it was not registered in the name of the university. That's it. That's the confusion. Then in 2004, there was some shady deal that happened, and parcel of the land of this 1,500, about 400 acres, was given to, assigned to some private party, which went into litigation. In that litigation, state government won the case and the land again came back to the state government. That doesn't mean it doesn't belong to the university. You see where the confusion is now. Even the rest of the university also is in the name of the state government.
Come to the second point that you made. No, come to the second point then you made.
Yeah. So the second point is, where do you draw the line between development and ecology? So you need to discuss with the stakeholders if you want to do something like big like this. I think even the NSUI, the student wing of the Congress party, has reacted adversely to this. Why wasn't Congress party even talking to their frontal organizations, taking some calls? That's a serious issue. Okay, finally, whatever might happen, but the democratic process need to be adhered to. The stakeholders are not involved. Who are you discussing with? You can simply dream up and come up with something.
Okay, so you're saying that the due process of consultation did not go through while the ownership is with the state government. This due process of consultation, due process of understanding must have gone through quickly. Yes, no.
Yes, state government. Yes. But this entire thing belongs to the university. Just because it's in the name of the state government, they can take the entire university down then.
Balakrishna, respond to that. Is it one section believes that the protests that have been playing out are purely politically motivated and not something of genuine concern for the environment or that area? How do you respond to that?
Namaste, I am Balakrishna, the National Convener for Central University's works of Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad. See, I've been on this campus for quite some time. I did my master's from here. I'm doing my PhD here. Way back in 2020 also, ABVP Karyakartas have been arrested, have been illegally detained for the same purpose. Now, one of the panelists was saying that this land is owned by the state government. Now, one simple question: if it is owned by if it is owned by the state government, then why was it within the premises of the university boundary wall? Way back in 1974, when this land was given to the university, there was a boundary wall that has been put forth. Now, even today, the boundary wall is clearly there. Now you are mentioning that shady deal that happened in way back in 2004. Now, when the shady deal happened, was there a clear demarcation of that land done? No, if there was a clear demarcation of that land done, and they said that they took 400 acres and they've given us 390 acres. When I say us, the university, then this around 137 acres was given to TNGOs, where around 210 acres is given to TIFR, around 100 acres is given to NIAB. Where is this land given from? Now, for example, I'll tell you, there's A and B. Now, A says to B, I'm going to give you 100 rupees. And he says, in turn, you're going to give me 100 rupees. But then he says, let's give this 100 rupees to C. How is that even a deal? Who's given this land? When you have given the land, was it the university that gave the land to TIRF, NIAB, and TNGOs? Now, if that argument is right, then the whole argument that the land was given to IMG Bharat Academies by the then state government is invalid. And it is shameful. It is utterly shameful to say that Revant Reddy says that there is no deers, no lions, no dyers, there are just cunning foxes. It is absolute absurd statement. Now you look at Revant.
All right, we will have.
There are two. Let me just a quick important remark. Bhatti Vikramarka ji, the Deputy CM of Telangana, is an alumni of this university. Sridhar Babuji is an alumni of this university. Don't they know the rich flora and fauna of this university?
Okay, there are multiple points that you have raised.
If the land belongs to you, why have you put over hundreds of JCBs overnight, illegally detaining our Karyakartas? One of our Karyakarta, Rohit Bond, has been illegally detained, thrashed brutally.
So you are raising multiple issues. Unfortunately, we don't have a state government voice on this panel to put those questions to. I'm sure Uma and we will look for one to put those questions to.
There was no consultation done. I will tell you what.
No, we'll have to leave this conversation here, Balakrishna. But thanks very much for raising those issues. We'll keep a close watch of it. Thanks to all three of you for raising the multiple facets that are involved in this conversation. Now to the controversy around the Mohanlal starrer L2 Empuran after protests by right-wing groups against certain scenes in the film with references to communal riots and incidents in India. The producers have offered to make some modifications and deletions, and Mohanlal himself had even apologized. However, has the controversy dampened the film's showing at the box office, or has it strengthened it? And is the film being unfairly targeted? Abira Dar has the details.
A personal twist to what has so far been a political row. The week after the mega release of Malayalam blockbuster Empuran has been anything but quiet. The latest to enter the arena is director Prithviraj Sukumaran's mother, veteran actress Mallika Sukumaran. A day after Mohanlal apologized and the filmmakers agreed to 17 cuts in the film, the veteran actor expressed her disappointment over the criticism directed at Prithviraj, particularly allegations that he had misled superstar Mohanlal and the film's producers. She alleged that Prithviraj is being made a political scapegoat, pointing out that megastar Mohanlal was aware of all the scenes in the film. The controversy stems from accusations by the RSS and BJP that Empuran misrepresents the Godhra carnage and post-Godhra riots. But despite the apology and clarification, the political storm refuses to die down. Leaders from both sides weigh in.
So the party's position is very clear. A movie is a movie. Movie is not history. People should not read too much into it or too less into it. Given the controversy around the movie and given the feedback that I have received, I have chosen not to watch it. If Pinda Bijan loves the movie, he can watch it 10 times. I have no problem with it.
ഇന്ന് വർത്തമാനകാലത്ത് ഏറ്റവും കാലിക പ്രസക്തമായ ഒരു ആശയം ധൈര്യപൂർവ്വം നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിനോട് അവതരിപ്പിച്ചു. കേരളത്തിന് പുറത്താണെങ്കിൽ അവതരിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല. അതിന് ധൈര്യമുള്ള ആരും വരുകയില്ല. ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിൽ അതിന് മുൻകൈ എടുത്ത അവരെ അഭിവാദ്യം ചെയ്തേ പറ്റൂ. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവർക്ക് എല്ലാ അഭിവാദ്യങ്ങളും ഞാൻ നേരുകയാണ്. കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ ആളുകളും ഈ സിനിമ കാണണം. അത് കലയായിട്ട് കണ്ട് ആസ്വദിക്കുക.
जब भगवान का बेटा ही गलत करे बस शैतान को तो सही करने आना ही पड़ता है.
Despite the political firestorm, Empuran made a record-breaking 24.5 crore on opening day. However, collections dipped by day 4, with total earnings now at 69 crore. Has the controversy drawn more viewers rather than deterring them? As mixed reviews continue to pour in, one question looms large. Was this just a PR stunt? With Malvika Murali, NDTV Bureau Report.
Well, so what's the political perspective and the box office perspective from the Kerala point of view? Joining me this evening, Anand Kochukudi, senior journalist from Kerala. We also have Girish Wankade, who has kept close tabs on the film's earnings. Anand, this is not the first time that we've seen such a controversy play out. not just in Kerala, perhaps in other states as well. Just put this in the context of political spectrum in Kerala for us as far as this film is concerned.
Veera, this film has been, generating a lot of, buzz even before the release, because it's the second part of franchise called second part of a franchise, and the first part was Lucifer, which was a huge blockbuster hit, and the second part was supposed to even was keenly awaited, but it actually rubbed the wrong way for a lot of the people in the Hindutva spectrum. Although the BJP has not taken a position which is totally in sync with the Sangh Parivar in the state, because the Sangh Parivar has been they have taken the lead in. The RSS has taken the lead in opposing the film, while the BJP has been more, careful about, opposing the film. So I think, this is more of an online army of social media generated thing that people have been opposing the film, but I don't think this will affect the film or the collections in any way. The box office earnings will prove that.
Right, I'll get to Girish in just a bit to ask his box office verdict. He's been keeping close track of it. But Rahul, I was just asking Anand, put this controversy very briefly for us in the context of Kerala and its politics. Anand was just pointing out it's not the mainstream parties which are picking it up big time. It's purely some online trolls who picked that up. So just put this quickly in perspective for us before we get to Girish Pankade.
Veer Raghavji, there are many movies which came in India and Kerala, like Kerala Stories, Kashmir Files, Chhawa, which support the BJP's paradigm and narrative. This movie is anti-Hindutva. Let us be open and honest about it. Let us not hide behind an argument saying that art is art. This movie is clearly anti-Hindutva, not anti-Hindu, but anti-Hindutva, anti-BJP, anti-RSS. And the interesting thing, many of you might not know, Prithviraj's mother, Mallika Sukumaran, campaigned for Narendra Modi ji. The Murli Gobi, the scriptwriter's father, Bharat Gobi, who was a Bharat Award winner, was an official BJP member. But their children are anti-BJP and anti-RSS. There is nothing wrong in it. But Mohanlal sir is a person who is close to Sangh, he is close to RSS, his Vishwasanti Foundation even does programs with RSS. So this movie depicts RSS and BJP in a very bad light. My feedback, personally, I know many of them, I gave them was, you could have at least shown some good BJP and some good RSS Karyakartas. The entire BJP RSS spectrum is painted bad. That is unfortunate. The movie is great. It is the KGF of Malayalam movie industry, which will elevate Kerala movie standard to a pan-Indian level and a pan-global level, no doubt. But there are some remarks that is stretching it too far. For example, a Hindutva leader is telling, we will bomb a dam and that will drown 2 districts, kill lakhs of people. See, these kind of implications are very bad. See, nobody is that bad. So we should have a sense of moderation and balance is my submission.
Absolutely, a sense of moderation and balance, but there is no balance when it comes to the box office. Girish, has it been working in the movie's favor? Controversies, as you say, good or bad publicity always helps a movie.
Exactly, it is working. Now, if you see the collection from first day, it was around 22 crores, and then there was a drop. So on Friday, it was around 11 crores, but then again Saturday, it picked up. And then again Sunday, if you see collection of Sunday, in addition to the release of Sikandar, it was 14 crores. So in 4 days, it has been able to make approximately 70 crores on box office, which is a huge number. And secondly, worldwide also, it has crossed 100 crore figure. That is again a huge number. So box office is amazing. It is good. It is very impressive. Now with the controversy, such controversies will make people be curious, more curious about the film. So at the end of the day, such controversies will help the film. But said and done, the film which is being made in the budget of 180 crores, the creative people who are associated with the film, like Prithviraj Sukumaran sir and Mohanlal sir, they will not make a film only to push up their own political ideologies, but they will make a film only so that it could be a box office success. They will try to make a business proposition of the film rather than adhering to any controversial political ideology which may harm the business proposition. That is my take.
Right, that's your take as a hardline business observer, keeping away from the politics, but the three of you have helped put a lot of perspective into it. Rahul, Ishwar, giving the context, even the family context of it. Anand, of course, giving the larger Kerala context of it. Thanks to all three of you. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. Maybe it's time to go and see Empurana, judge it for yourself, whichever side of the divide you may be in. But that's all we have time for on the show. We'll leave you with some fascinating images this Eid. Eid Mubarak to all of you out there. Hope you've enjoyed the day and hope this Eid brings all peace and prosperity to all of you out there. Thanks for watching. We'll leave you with these beautiful images of Eid.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. You can see some sniffer dogs here. Authorities have told me that they had located some vital signs, but they have not been able to pull anyone out. Question as to how did the 4 Chinese nationals manage to get inside such a highly fortified area. They managed to get in. They were successful in getting some 32 documents that established that Chinese connection to this site. It's also about a larger conspiracy that could be at hand. Whether the Chinese materials were substandard, all of that will have to be investigated.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Finessa windows, beautiful and durable designs, installation से maintenance की lifelong customer service. आपके घर में Finesta नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Fine, finer, Finesta. Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audio-Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
Unnoticed by all of these auditors.
Is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter.
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
The India-US strategic partnership is one that's been developing now over the last several decades, and there's a great sense of optimism over here in India that it is headed in a particular direction. To tell us a little bit about that, and there are so many important global events taking place, Tulsi Gabbard with us, the Director of National Intelligence. It's wonderful to have you here in India, and thank you so much for speaking to us. In terms of the strategic relationship and the intelligence arrangements between India and the United States, to what extent is it premised on perhaps an expansionist or an
Hello ladies and gentlemen, you're watching NDTV. Several students of the University of Hyderabad were detained by police on Sunday after they staged a protest on the East Campus against the clearing of the land, part of 400 acres of Kancha Gachibowli, which is proposed for auction by the Telangana state government to develop multi-infrastructure and IT parks. Now, what is this matter all about? Earlier this month, bids closed for the auction of 400 acres of biodiverse land, now all part of the Central Business District in West Hyderabad through the Telangana Industrial Infrastructure Corporation. Students of the University of Hyderabad are now at the forefront of this development versus conservation debate. They are voicing concerns about the loss of green space. They are worried about the environmental impact this could have, and they're also talking about potential future encroachments on this land. But as many of them were detained today, it also led to a political row with the opposition BRS and the BJP accusing the police of assaulting the protesters and using force on the campus. Following the protest, Chief Minister's office, Revant Reddy's Chief Minister's office, issued a statement asserting the government's legal ownership of the land, saying that the state government had won a prolonged legal battle over the land, with the Supreme Court eventually ruling in the state's favor. This happened in May 2024, enabling the state government to take full possession of the land. Now, this is not about who owns the land and who doesn't. This is about the need to protect our ecological reserves. Remember, we are talking about forested land here. And incidentally, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has also written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, seeking cancellation of tenders permitting offshore mining along the coast of Kerala, Gujarat, and also Andaman Nicobar Islands. Now, he has raised concerns around ecological impact and depletion in environmental resources because of the projects that are done without any understanding of the diversity of our ecosystem. So, is the Congress party indulging in doublespeak here? In the pursuit of pushing more infra growth, shouldn't governments be more mindful of the environment? And more importantly, why use force on students? That's what we discussed tonight. Joining us now is NB Subhash. He is the spokesperson of the BJP. We have Kasturi Shankar, who's an actor and an activist. We have Krishank Mane, spokesperson, BRS. And we have Kumbam Srinivasa Reddy, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. To you, Mr. Kumbam Srinivas Reddy first. Sir, excavators on campus, students detained. Clearly, this is not the way to deal with an issue which is clearly not just about land. We live in times where mindfulness about environment is a must. And I was reading up on this issue. The state government clearly could have been more prepared for this, because this is not the first time that the students are protesting on this issue. In fact, on 13th of March, students along with faculty and environmental activists had a day-long protest opposing the proposed auction of what they see as an urban forest next to this University of Hyderabad campus. And they have said that any development will disrupt the ecology of this place. So clearly the state government could have been more careful, could have been more proactive in reaching out to the students. Okay, we will try and get in Mr. Reddy in just a bit. Krishank, you have been following this issue, you've also been reacting on this. Tell me, what is it that has really outraged the BRS here? Because, if this is about ecology, what more did the BRS do during its time? Because there has been constant depletion in this forest land as well. But what about the Congress government's move has enraged you guys?
Well, Vasudha-ji, you're right. We agree to the fact that when we were taking up the SRDP, the state roads for that design plan, when it was going on, there were protests. And as a government, when there is democracy and when people are raising up the environmental issues, we gave back. We did not take up the KBR park forests. Why am I saying this is? Ultimately, when democracy is raising concerns, definitely as governments, instead of bulldozing, we need to understand it. That is what BRS did in the KBR issue. But currently, when the students are talking about the ecological balance, the necessity to protect the wildlife, we are seeing it is really sad. I mean, let us talk common language. While the JCBs are bulldozing, they're cutting down the forests, we have all witnessed the peacocks crying there. This is reality. This is harsh reality. The deer, we are seeing the images and videos of deer when all this activity, this demolition activity, the cutting down of forests is happening. The deer on the campus do not know where to go. Rahul Gandhi ji, as you rightly said, writes about to protect the environmental impact against the offshore mining. Earlier, the RA forests, Rahul Gandhi ji and the Congress voiced out. Hasdeo forest in Chhattisgarh, for that reason on environmental impact against mining, he reacted on that. We are seeing what is happening in Delhi. Vasudha ji, you are there in Delhi. Most of you, national media continuously, you report about how Delhi's air quality is. Now, when Hyderabad has such a lung space, and when the Congress government already has an alternative to do real estate, 40,000 acres, they are projecting their fourth city, then you can take this up. And one more thing, the Congress's defense is that this is, they have won the case, legally they hold the standing is what the Congress government is defending. But the fact is, this whole scam, even if we go into that case of land being given to one IMG Bharata, what was it given for? Was it given for IT, huge constructions? No. It was given to create sports infrastructure. But what are you doing now?
Okay.
You are coming up with
let me ask
huge
this question to Kumbam Srinivas Reddy.
IT park there.
Yes, Mr. Reddy, I understand the debate between development and also conservation, but here the optics of it have also been very problematic. These are students who are raising some serious concerns about ecological impact and depletion in environment resources. There are documents which show that this is an area that's ecologically sensitive. Clearly, the approach of the government could have been different here. You could have talked to the students, especially when they started this day-long protest on the 13th of March. So you clearly had time to reach out to students.
Good evening, Vasudha. Basically, development and environmental protection have always been at loggerheads for a very long time now. And whenever some development activity is taken up by a state government, it has become common that environmental damage, ecology damage, loss of flora, fauna, it definitely comes into picture. But we'll have to think about sustainability here also. We are only talking about one point, but whereas we are talking about economic development, we are talking about sustainable development here, we are talking about all employment generation and we are talking about infrastructure development along with sustainability here. It's not as though we are going to just demolish everything or do anything. And first of all, let us come to one crucial point here, which has been misinformed and everybody is misleading everyone here. The fact of the case is that in the 400 acres which has been demarcated by the Hyderabad as alleged by the Hyderabad Central University and other protesters, there are what they say about the Peacock Lake and there's another lake which is known as Buffalo Lake. Both the lakes are not in this 400 acres. Let me make it very, very clear. We have got and this land has been given to the APIIC in the month of July 2024. And this land has been demarcated also with the consent of the University of Hyderabad registrar, and they themselves have consented to the demarcation of the land, and later on this land was handed over to the APIIC.
No, Mr. Reddy, if you look at the Save City Forest Collective, which is not something that is which is not a political body, it says that this Kanchi Gachibowli landscape is home to over 734 plant species. There are around 220 birds and also several protected mammals and reptiles. So clearly, this auction might have to be thought about, and even if you're sure of this, why not talk to the students and explain to them?
Definitely, there is a environmental master plan which is being developed, and that definitely will go on to the public. Why there is such an urgency when they have not spoken since July 2024? All of a sudden, people are, because nothing has come out into the front. The layout has not come out, and the rock formations which are there have been told not to be disturbed, and they are not going to be disturbed. The ecological balance is trying to be maintained. And seriously, I don't see a reason why such a hue and cry over this thing. Because as you have seen, our government is the only government in entire India which has found it.
Shashank is showing some Google images, is it? Like, was there some sort of monetization of the project that started before this? Because the Congress spokesperson is saying that nothing has really come out. There's a master plan that is going to be prepared, and all of this is just a little premature. Shashank, quickly, one reaction from you before I go to others.
Vasudha, I'm sorry to say to the Congress friend that it's a blatant lie. This is not a Google image. This is a drone visual of today morning with huge water lake there, water body there, and with JCBs around. You can see 30 to 40 JCBs here in this image. These are all over the internet also. The students have posted this. There are JCBs right beside the water body. This is the water body. And there are JCBs, 30 to 40 JCBs around there.
Right.
And you say that there is no water body. Whom are you fooling?
Yes. Let me get in Mr. Subhash here. Mr. Subhash, there are IT parks, there is this infrastructure, which is all important. But more important is also that we need to protect, the diversity of the ecosystem, because that is becoming an increasing need for the entire world. There are some severe environmental concerns. And I think most importantly, talking to students, ensuring that they are spoken to properly and not like criminals is also very important. How does the BJP look at this issue?
The Bharatiya Janata Party really condemns this kind of encouragement by the Congress government by taking the 400 acres. Our AVP students started taken the initiative, and then they have been protesting, they have been beaten, they have been dragged to the police station. So whatever it is that, let me go back to the history of this land for 10 seconds. The Congress government, when it was in power in the state from 2004 to 2014, UPA 1 and UPA 2, we believe that, the Congress party, along with some of the top leaders of, the Gandhi family, had an eye on this land, because there are so many surveys which have been done in that. So they got an opportunity now, it has been given to the Telangana Infrastructure Development, the corporation, and then we believe that it is being transferred to some, the realtors. What we see that when there is such a huge chunk of land which is not available elsewhere in the state, where environmental protection is the primary responsibility of the state government, there are so much of land space in that, and when we see that so many structures have come up on that, why choose this land? There are so much of land. Is Revanth Reddy's government so desperate to sell, the government land for the benefit of, the filling up the financial crisis? Because the 6 guarantees and 14, the promises which you have made in the eve of the elections,
Okay, let me get in Kasturi Shankar here. Kasturi, you face the brunt of several elected officials because you take them on. Revanth Reddy's government has also been seen as a government that is not very friendly with criticism. So how do you see the present issue? Because the government is claiming that its goal is to promote investment, but clearly the students' faces, the kind of optics that played out yesterday and today show that that's not the case.
Let me first make it very clear, Vasudha, that the students are not partisan. There are students there who voted Mr. Revanth Reddy into power, and they today are fighting, and they are being treated with at least the visuals that I saw on my Instagram, they are being treated quite inhumanly. This is not the way anybody should be treated, let alone women, let alone female students who have been manhandled, so to speak. So when we see the kind of aggressive posture that the police has taken, and I'm a big supporter of police action, I'm a big fan of certain strict police disciplinary action in Telangana. And even I am saying this is incredible. It feels like they want to get this done and they want to silence any protest. I've been talking to a few students, and obviously I cannot divulge more than that. I believe that they did not know of such a measure. They did not even know that 400 acres has been given away to, I believe, a sports academy. Nothing was known until JCBs showed up at the forest.
Right.
And this is forest area. As Prasadji said, there is so much land in Telangana. You know, Telangana is a landlocked state. There is a lot of land here. There is no need to touch water bodies. This used to be the criticism Congress used to lay on the previous government, that they are usurping water bodies. Okay. And today they are doing, this is the same thing. This is worse because you're going into number one, educational space. 400 acres, which is, to say that it is not part of the university is laughable. There has been no debate about it. There has been no discussion. There has been nothing given. No notice has been given. Where has this been discussed ever before? Okay. We have discussed the Miss World contest more than the auction that has been planned.
Yeah, that's right.
It's incredible. Yes. And I think it's really, to Telangana, this hits three ways. Number one, it's an ecological disaster waiting to happen. It's an educational humiliation waiting to happen. And number three, already people are talking, the words fascism have been thrown about on social media. I've been saying it all day. I didn't say it, they are saying it.
Okay.
You
Mr. Reddy, the 3 point that Kasturi is talking about, how is the Congress party looking at dealing with this, sir? Because every other day, the thing that comes out is Revanth Reddy says that his government believes in ruling with wisdom, and within hours something like this happens. Clearly, the government has to set the optics right. In this case, it's more than optics because, like Kasturi is pointing out, there are these environmental concerns. There is also that need to start dialogue with students. So, and also, the comments that he made saying that about foxes and students, clearly that could have been avoided, isn't it?
Yeah. First of all, I would like to bring to your kind attention that Telangana is the only state, Hyderabad is the only place where we have an independent organization known as Hydra, which is formed by the Chief Minister only for the protection of water bodies and government lands and removing of encroachments in the water bodies, lake beds, etc. And do you think that Chief Minister who has formed Hydra would go and encroach on lake beds or destroy lakes? It is all, clear-cut what we say, their unfounded fear and apprehensions of all these people. Second point, we are talking about Bharatiya Janata Party, which is now talking about this ecological imbalances, BRS, which is talking about ecological imbalances. What has BRS done earlier? They have completely auctioned off a hill. Neopolis. What is Neopolis? Just besides Gandipet, which is a bone of contention for so many years, 111 is there. It is under the bioconservation zone. Just adjacent to that, they have auctioned off Neopolis. And they are talking now about ecology and development and all those things. We are BJP on its own. I'm sorry to say, but the Prime Minister himself has said that environmental activists are like urban Naxalites. Now they are talking about ecology.
Okay.
These are the words which were used earlier. And here we are trying to create a sustainable balance, sustainable development. Goal of the Congress party here in Telangana is sustainability. Sustainable development is our theme. And we are going ahead with that. And without knowing anything, they want to just say, just create a ruckus. This is all misinformation, rumors being spread.
Okay, Krishank Mane, one thing that he's pointed out is very valid. The land in question was originally part of this 2,324 acres that were allotted to University of Hyderabad when it was established in 1974. But we know that successive governments, including yours, have also chipped away at this estate, various portions for diverse projects. So clearly, BRS, you have also tried to allot this land to private players. Is that something that you want to talk about?
Well, coming to this land, because the easy escape route for the Congress is to simply just put the blame on the opposition party, which was previously in the government. Number one, we have taken up road infrastructure projects to build roads or the dividers there for such reasons. Particularly on the University of Hyderabad, no, we did not give to any private players of this University of Hyderabad campus. Okay, now they want to go to Kokapet and compare it to different real estate projects. Specifically because he has named Hydra, let me point out two serious instances. One, the images which your own channel is showing, Vasudha-ji, is clear that there are water bodies there, number one. Hydra was reprimanded by the Honorable High Court not to take up demolition activities in the weekend because the stakeholders should have a right to at least put up their petition with the Honorable Court. And what did you do again today? You have chosen an extended weekend knowing that Saturday, Sunday, Monday, after having Ugadi, Ramzan, and in fact, the state government has already given a holiday on the Tuesday also. 4 long days is enough for you to clear the entire 400 acres of forest. This is the same thing which you have done when you were reprimanded by the Honorable High Court against Hydra. Do you still have the authenticity to show Hydra as a hero? No. Hydra has been a villain. It continues to be, and now you are contradicting by using the name Hydra because here you are bringing a IT industrial corridor. Well, I repeat again, earlier also it was for sports purpose, not to bring any IT. So the Congress government, to defend their cause, is actually trying to put up contradictory statements and absolute true white lies.
Okay. Mr. Reddy, you want to respond to that, sir?
Yeah. Hydra, what Mr. Krishank has just said, I don't agree with that because what the court has said in a stray incident, probably they might have reprimanded. But Hydra on a whole is doing a very good job, wonderful job, which many people are appreciating. Probably they are not able to understand that. They say that it is a villain because they want to create, they want to show the state government in poor light. They want to show the chief minister in poor light, and they want to just put the blame onto the chief minister or the Congress government.
No, Mr. Reddy, it's not just in this particular issue. Environment activists have also come forward to say that there is ecological significance that is attached to it. So you can call the students the villains here, but why the environmental activists? Why a group of people who just want the green cover of the city to be saved?
Nobody has called the group of activists or the students as whatever words they have used. It is all the misleading people from the different opposition political parties who are doing all this act. Probably the chief minister in his context has named them, but not the students or the environmental activists, because environment and development have to go together. We have no other go. If we have to live in this world, even we know as human beings that we have to, balance our acts with development and ecology.
Okay.
So let us not take it that we are going to just bulldoze everything. It's very clearly there, and the state government has also very clearly stated that they are not going to touch all that the mushroom, stone, rock formation or the lakes or whatever. It's all, they are creating something big out of nothing which is there.
Okay,
And
thank you so
very
much.
clearly
Obviously,
let the
completely
people
out of time on
allocate it.
this. Green activists, wildlife enthusiasts and students of University of Hyderabad saying that the auction is not just a real estate issue. It's not just about land. It's an attack on the city's ecological balance, on its green cover. They're saying that this land is a critical biodiversity zone and it is important for the city to breathe freely. Revanth Reddy's government, whoever, is saying that it's showing papers and saying that it owns the land now, while opposition is asking why is there no concern for Hyderabad's green card. With that, it's a wrap on the show. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनिस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Fine, finer, Finesta.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
One of your primary concerns and one of your primary responsibilities is to deal with the threat of terror. And at the moment, we see a great deal of that out of Yemen. We see attacks on shipping taking place, and we see the United States being very much on the offensive. Is that a prelude for something larger, perhaps even a ground offensive going forward?
I mean, you look at President Trump's leadership going back through his first term as president, he has been and remains very committed to combating and defeating the threat of Islamist terrorism that not only affects the United States, the American people, our own safety and security, but it is affecting so many people in different parts of the world. We can see different terrorist groups, the Houthis in Yemen being one of them, that President Trump has redesignated after President Biden took them off of the terrorist list, redesignated them appropriately as a terrorist organization, and taking action where the previous administration failed to.
Right.
The Houthis have been disrupting maritime trade and passage for a very long time, and no serious effort has been taken to stop that disruption. Our country and other countries should not be in a position to have to make a decision to reroute commerce going through that area simply because of the Houthi threat that exists. So President Trump has taken decisive action for our own safety, security, and prosperity. And I know we'll look to other affected countries, as there are many who are impacted by this, to similarly take action.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves, World Audiovisual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी।
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
Unnoticed by all of these auditors.
SEBI is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all.
Hey, good evening and welcome to the news on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take you to the headlines we are tracking at this moment. Death toll at 13. Chinese contractor under lens in the Thailand earthquake. Comedian Kunal Kamra, the police now lands up at his residence for investigation. Mumbai police says that the actor is yet to present himself before the police for investigation. Kunal Kamra's swipe at the Mumbai police says landing up at old address a waste of time. Empurian film controversy in Kerala rages on. Political storm despite the actor's apology. BJP hits out while the Congress and the left back the film. Tensions on the campus in Hyderabad. Telangana government versus opposition face-off over environment. Students continue to protest. And India celebrates Eid ul-Fitr. Eid Mubarak to all our viewers. Now, in the aftermath of the earthquake which hit Bangkok and Thailand on Friday, the death toll has climbed up to 13. And the big question now is being asked of the Chinese company which was building the skyscraper which collapsed like a pack of cards. The lens is on the contractors for poor construction, whether poor construction material was used which led to this entire machine and in fact entire building being completely demolished in the earthquake. Now, 2 Chinese men were spotted at the site of the collapse. They are suspected to be trying to remove documents from the site. And the question now is, was this a cover-up bid?
A tragic collapse, a city in shock, and now a new twist. Chinese nationals caught in the act, removing critical documents from the rubble. But who are they, and what secrets do they carry?
I'm right outside the collapse site where it was supposed to be a state audit office here in Bangkok. This is now a crime scene. As on March 29th, 4 Chinese nationals were apprehended, trying to retrieve 32 documents illegally.
Thai investigators are probing whether these documents are linked to the collapse. The suspects are subcontractors under a joint venture with Italian Thai Development Public Company Limited. This isn't the first time Chinese companies have been under scrutiny. From questionable construction practices to legal battles over safety violations, their global track record raises concerns. In the Philippines, the China Communications Construction Company has been barred by the World Bank for 8 years due to alleged fraudulent bidding on a highway contract. In Myanmar, the same company was involved in the new Yangon city project and was accused of bribery and controversial land selection. In Bangladesh, China Harbour Engineering was blacklisted after being accused of offering a bribe to a Bangladeshi official. In Georgia, Poland and Israel, there have been concerns of corruption and security risks with the China Railway Tunnel Group. In Bangkok, the collapse of a building has uncovered more than just rubble. It has exposed a web of questions still waiting to be answered.
The 4 suspects, who are reportedly from China, have reportedly claimed that they were trying to retrieve documents for an insurance claim. But it could be more than just paperwork. It could lead to evidence connecting this site to a major fraud. With camera person Rohit Vishwakarma, this is Vishal Vivek reporting for NDTV World in Chatuchak, Bangkok.
NDTV has been on the ground right from the beginning, and we have been getting you details and updates from Thailand. My colleague Vishal is joining us at this moment from the site of this collapsed building. Vishal, first of all, are there any survivors? Is there any hope for people, those who were trapped in this? And what are the authorities saying on this bid by the Chinese nationals to try and take some papers from the collapse site?
Well, as far as retrieving the people alive is concerned, the chances are quite minimal now. Yesterday we spoke with some senior officials of the rescue team. They told us that the chances are quite low, and that was more than 24 hours ago. And the Bangkok police also told us the same thing. But today the Bangkok deputy governor spoke with us, and she said that there is a likelihood that they can find someone alive, and they are still hopeful for that. And the same was said by the US Special Forces team that we spoke to earlier. So the authorities who are working together to extract the people alive, they are quite hopeful. They are saying 3-day window might have crossed, but they will be continuing to search for victims, continuing to search for people who could be alive, and they could go on for as long as 30 days. And it's been 4 days almost now. They can be continuing, as I said, for 27 more days. And to clear this pile of wreckage right behind me, I would request Rohit Vishwakarma, my camera person, to point the camera at the wreckage right behind me. And you can see the cranes in motion. They have been at it for the last 3.5 days. The size of the rubble has somewhat reduced in the last 24 hours, but still it looks like a mountain. It's a mountainous task. It needs to be segregated into different parts. It's a task of tall order, to say the least. So it will take some time before we have some definitive answers, because to take that, to pick that wreckage apart, that itself needs to be an act of expertise, because there are steel bars, there are huge beams that need to be separated. The cranes have been at it. They have been trying to break down the debris into different parts so that they can be transported, because there's not much space left on the ground for the debris to be, kept in one place. So they need to transport the debris out to keep, picking at the wreckage right behind us. So it will have to be seen how many hours, how many days it takes, because right now, in the last 6-7 hours, they have not found any vital signs which they had been finding until yesterday. Yesterday, they had spotted at least 15 vital signs, which could mean 15 people could have been alive until yesterday under that wreckage. But today, in the last 6-7 hours, they haven't found any sign, and authorities had already told us yesterday that it's almost a negligible chance that there could be any survivors left there.
Right, Vishal, thank you for joining us with that live report from Bangkok, on the site of the building that has collapsed. Now also, in fact, spotlight on the building and the construction company which was making this building.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. You can see some sniffer dogs here. Authorities have told me that they had located some vital signs, but they have not been able to pull anyone out. Question as to how did the 4 Chinese nationals manage to get inside such a highly fortified area. They managed to get in. They were successful in getting some 32 documents that established that Chinese connection to this site. It's also about a larger conspiracy that could be at hand. Whether the Chinese materials were substandard, all of that will have to be investigated.
Meanwhile, now onto the controversy around comedian Kunal Kamra, who made some comments about Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde at a stand-up routine. And since then, he has been in trouble. FIRs have been lodged against him. And today, the Mumbai police turned up at Kunal Kamra's former residence in the city of Mumbai. In fact, the police went after summons were sent to Kunal Kamra, asking him to join the investigation. Remember, he has protection from arrest till 7th of April. Kunal Kamra has now taken a swipe at the Mumbai cops and said checking at old address is a waste of time for the police. The protection for Kunal Kamra, remember, continues till 7th of April. He has been booked in multiple FIRs in the defamation case in which Kunal Kamra's Gaddar jibe at Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. My colleague Anuj joins us at this moment for more on this story. Anuj, Kunal Kamra, hitting out at the police, saying, very simply that it's a waste of time as far as the cops are concerned. But apart from that, what is the Mumbai police saying? Their plan of action next, since Kunal Kamra has protection till April 7th?
So, looking at this entire incident, what we know as of now is that officially, according to the official information, 2 summons have been sent to Kunal Kamra already. And they're assuming that a third summon will also have been sent, and that is exactly why the police was here, perhaps, because they also had documents, and papers in their hand. But nothing of that sort has been communicated to us by the police authorities from Khar police station. I'm standing outside Kunal Kamra's house, and I'd just like to show you the apartment, the colony where Kunal Kamra used to stay earlier, as he's written in his tweet also. It is not a place where he stays anymore, but what we know is that his parents stay in this apartment. And a physical copy of the summons that have been sent to Kunal Kamra using WhatsApp have also been given to his parents or to the family here, is what we know. Now, he's played down this entire matter using humor all the time. But what is important for us to know is that already 2 summons officially have been sent to him. Yes, he does have protection from arrest, but he doesn't necessarily have a protection against warrant. And he is probably just a few more summons, if not just 1 summon away from getting an official warrant against him, which will really turn his cushion that has been provided to him by Madras High Court quite futile to a certain extent, because that is only till 7th of April. So what could be the plan of action next is important for him to understand. While that is happening on one hand, we also have a lot of politics taking place on the other hand. The opposition has been pushing on the kind of approach that the government is having towards the Kunal Kamra case. We've seen that Rahul Kanal, who is directly involved in this matter, he led that congregation that in a way attacked our studio and was later arrested for a day and was of course let go of. By the end of the day, he's gone on record to state that Kunal Kamra will be welcome to Mumbai in the Shiv Sena style. We've also had other leaders from Shiv Sena talk about how, we've also had cabinet minister for that matter, Shambhuraji Desai, talk about how even a 3rd degree treatment is something that might be meted out to him for what he said about Shiv Sena, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. All of these things have been kept in mind by Madras High Court, by extending or by giving him that anticipatory bail up until the 7th of April. But judiciary or politics, how will this entire matter pan out, is something that will become interesting to see in the future.
Short break at this moment. Thanks, Anuj, for joining us. And with that, we're slipping into a short break, ladies and gentlemen, coming back with much more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro.
world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
फिनेस्टा विंडोज, ब्यूटीफुल एंड ड्यूरेबल डिजाइन्स, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
Finer Finesta.
The India-US strategic partnership is one that's been developing now over the last several decades, and there's a great sense of optimism over here in India that it is headed in a particular direction. To tell us a little bit about that, and there are so many important global events taking place, Tulsi Gabbard with us, the Director of National Intelligence. It's wonderful to have you here in India, and thank you so much for speaking to us. In terms of the strategic relationship and the intelligence arrangements between India and the United States, to what extent is it premised on perhaps an expansionist or an expanding China and the Asia-Pacific region?
You know, the ties between our two countries, the United States and India, go very, very far back. And so what we're continuing to see is a strengthening of that partnership and recognizing that the mutual interests of both of our countries are centered around peace, prosperity, freedom, and security. So now as we see a new administration coming in with President Trump's leadership in the United States, of course, Prime Minister Modi's long-standing leadership here in India, we have two leaders of our two great countries who are very good friends and who are very focused on how we can strengthen those shared objectives and those shared interests.
So in a sense, it's taking forward what we already have in terms of the strategic partnership, and that's one of your primary goals, right?
It is.
And how were your meetings to that end?
It is. I've been having great meetings, and of course this began with Prime Minister Modi's visit to President Trump in Washington, D.C., very shortly after he was inaugurated back into office for a second term, where they really set the tone and set the vision for where a stronger U.S.-India partnership and friendship can lead to. And so my visit here is really predicated on the work that has already been done, and I've been having great conversations with my counterparts here in the Indian government. I just met with the Minister of Defense a few minutes ago, and looking forward to visiting with Prime Minister Modi here later today.
And you met the Prime Minister in Washington as well some time back. How did that go? I mean,
it was,
we saw the pictures.
It was great. I had the opportunity to meet him several years ago. It was good to see him again, and it was actually very perfectly timed, where it was maybe 1 or 2 hours after I was officially sworn into this position as Director of National Intelligence that he arrived in Washington, D.C. and had the opportunity to welcome him back to the United States.
Yeah.
One of the worst earthquakes hit Thailand recently, and the tragedy is still unfolding. 72-hour window is quite crucial, and it is fast approaching, and as soon as that window is closed, it will be really difficult to find somebody alive from that rubble. I count at least 8 to 10 cranes. These are huge cranes that are being used to shift through the rubble. Last morning, they had spotted one person who was reportedly alive.
Majority of the people who is in these ruins could be around 70 to 80 people.
So authorities are saying that they have the mechanism, they have the techniques in place to rescue the people. It all boils down to hope and courage.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the...
Welcome back. Now, 17 cuts to the Malayalam movie Empuran, which has now, embroiled in a huge controversy. The real showdown, in fact, is taking place over the Godhra reference. And while the BJP has hit out at the film and the filmmakers, the left parties in Kerala have supported the film. In fact, the BJP says that the film is distorting facts and history. Kerala government has backed the filmmakers and has said that the filmmakers showed courage. From the political storm to a personal twist, director's mother has also now put out a post saying it's a bid to find a scapegoat.
A personal twist to what has so far been a political row. The week after the mega release of Malayalam blockbuster Empuran has been anything but quiet. The latest to enter the arena is director Prithviraj Sukumaran's mother, veteran actress Mallika Sukumaran. A day after Mohanlal apologized and the filmmakers agreed to 17 cuts in the film, the veteran actor expressed her disappointment over the criticism directed at Prithviraj, particularly allegations that he had misled superstar Mohanlal and the film's producers. She alleged that Prithviraj is being made a political scapegoat, pointing out that megastar Mohanlal was aware of all the scenes in the film. The controversy stems from accusations by the RSS and BJP that Empuran misrepresents the Godhra carnage and post-Godhra riots. But despite the apology and clarification, the political storm refuses to die down. Leaders from both sides weigh in.
So the party's position is very clear. A movie is a movie. Movie is not history. People should not read too much into it or too less into it. Given the controversy around the movie and given the feedback that I have received, I have chosen not to watch it. If Pinarayi Vijayan loves the movie, he can watch it 10 times. I have no problem with it.
ഇന്ന് വർത്തമാനകാലത്ത് ഏറ്റവും കാലിക പ്രസക്തമായ ഒരു ആശയം ധൈര്യപൂർവ്വം നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിനോട് അവതരിപ്പിച്ചു. കേരളത്തിന് പുറത്താണെങ്കിൽ ഇത് അവതരിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല. അതിന് ധൈര്യമുള്ള ആരും വരുകയില്ല. ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിൽ അതിന് മുൻകൈ എടുത്ത അവരെ അഭിവാദ്യം ചെയ്തേ പറ്റും. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവർക്ക് എല്ലാ അഭിവാദ്യങ്ങളും ഞാൻ നേരുകയാണ്. കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ ആളുകളും ഈ സിനിമ കാണണം. അത് കലയായിട്ട് കണ്ട് ആസ്വദിക്കുക.
जब भगवान का बेटा ही गलत करे बस शैतान को तो सही करने आना ही पड़ता है.
Despite the political firestorm, Empuran made a record-breaking 24.5 crore on opening day. However, collections dipped by day 4, with total earnings now at 69 crore. Has the controversy drawn more viewers rather than deterring them? As mixed reviews continue to pour in, one question looms large. Was this just a PR stunt? With Malvika Murali, NDTV Bureau Report.
Shifting focus to Hyderabad, where tensions are in fact high on a campus in Hyderabad after a tree-cutting drive triggered protests by the students. Now, this drive has been in fact initiated by the authorities, and the opposition has also jumped in, accusing the Congress government. The tech park green cover near the campus is under threat, and this has become a massive issue between the government and the students there. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi has raked up the issue of offshore minings. He has written to the Prime Minister on the offshore minings, asking the tenders to be cancelled. Opposition is citing the Hyderabad issue as the doublespeak of the Congress party over environment.
Protests, police crackdown, police using batons and dragging students. Bulldozers at the gates. Hyderabad University turning into a green battleground. Day 2 of students taking to the streets opposing the Telangana government's plan to develop 400 acres of land next to their campus Nearly 200 students detained, many of them girls. The student body accuses the state government of prioritizing commercial interests over the environment and Hyderabad's green lungs.
The police have forcibly taken us away, and this is not a detention also. They are not telling where they are taking us.
वो लोग जबरदस्ती हमको उठा के लेके जा रहे हैं. हम कैंपस में आए थे पूछने के लिए कि क्यों यहाँ बुलडोजर आया है. खड़े हुए थे, सवाल कर रहे थे, कुछ नहीं किए थे.
The opposition uniting against Congress's Revant Reddy government in Telangana, BJP's Bandi Sanjay Kumar terming it a green murder in Telangana, though he did accuse BRS too of axing green belts.
कांग्रेस पार्टी सरकार तेलंगाना की वो ऑक्शन करना चाहते हैं. ऑक्शन करके रियल एस्टेट कंपनीज को ये लैंड देना चाहते हैं लोग. इसलिए स्टूडेंट्स लगातार आंदोलन कर रहे हैं. इस आंदोलन को कुचलने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी सरकार पुलिस को यूज करके उनको अरेस्ट करना, लाठीचार्ज करना, केसेस से लगाना, ये सब कर रहे हैं.
KTR in turn is questioning Rahul Gandhi for what he called a brazen green murder. Amidst all this, Rahul Gandhi, the former Wayanad MP, now the LOP, joined the green battle, though on a different tangent. He shot off a letter to PM Modi seeking the cancellation of offshore mining tenders in Kerala, Gujarat and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, questioning the lack of environmental assessment. Rahul Gandhi has not responded to allegations in his own backyard against the Revant Reddy government. With Uma Sudhir and Malvika Murli in New Delhi, Rika Roy, NDTV.
The language controversy is now raging on from Tamil Nadu and has reached the shores of Maharashtra, where MNS chief Raj Thackeray has called for Maharashtra to take lessons from the southern states. This is happening at a time when the Tamil Nadu government has dug in its heel on the two-language policy. It's the centre versus the state. Will the students be left in the lurch is the big question.
The language battle from Tamil Nadu finding a resonance in Maharashtra. MNS chief Raj Thackeray says the state ought to learn lessons from the south on opposing the NEP's three-language policy is Hindi imposition. Recently, MK Stalin had claimed that 25 native Indian languages, including Marathi, had suffered because several states adopted Hindi.
बाकीच्या राज्यांमध्ये बघा, तामिळनाडू बघा, तामिळनाडूमध्ये हिंदी आणतायत नाही म्हणून त्यांनी सांगितलं येऊ देणार नाही. केरळामध्ये येऊ देणार नाही. आम्हीच लोटांगण घालतोय. आम्हाला समजत नाही आम्ही काय करायचंय.
However, Madhya Pradesh, another BJP-ruled state, plans to offer additional optional languages including Bengali, Marathi, Telugu, Tamil, Gujarati and Punjabi in colleges. While it's an ambitious announcement, there's no word on faculty recruitment or on minimum enrollment required to roll this out.
जोड़ने का काम करेगी, तोड़ने का नहीं. और मध्य प्रदेश ने निर्णय लिया है कि हम अलग-अलग विश्वविद्यालयों में अपने देश की जो भारतीय भाषाएं अलग-अलग राज्यों में जो बोली जाती वहाँ के लोगों की वो अपनी मातृभाषा है, उनको भी हम हमारे विद्यार्थियों का देने का काम करेंगे. और मध्य प्रदेश से एक आवाज जाएगी, सारी भारतीय भाषाएं हमारी अपनी भाषा है, हमारी अपनी राष्ट्रीय भाषा है.
तमिलनाडु पोराडुम, तमिलनाडु वेल्लुम.
Demanding release of funds the centre has withheld for not accepting NEP, the ruling DMK in Tamil Nadu continued its offensive.
The education system is in Tamil Nadu is the number one in the whole of India. But they want to kill that. They want to introduce Vedic system of education and kill Macaulay system of education. They want the people of India to remain as Shudras. They want them to follow Manu Dharma. They want that the education should be Vedic system without any scientific base.
Education comes under the concurrent list, and the centre is required to take the states on board. But with the country speaking in different voices over alleged Hindi imposition, the big question is the infrastructure ready for the big language push? And are students caught in this language war? In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find NDTV.
Well, it's Eid al-Fitr today, ladies and gentlemen. A very happy Eid to all our viewers. And Bollywood, in fact, is making a special appearance. The big Khans are out there to greet their fans on the occasion of Eid. Salman Khan, Shah Rukh Khan, Amir Khan, all of them were seen greeting their fans. Both Salman and Amir Khan were seen dressed in all white as they met their fans. That's all the time that I have in this edition. For the last word tonight to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, what are we doing today?
Well, Ankit, the Waqf Amendment Bill is going to be reintroduced in the Parliament in the last week of the Parliament session, the ongoing budget session, and it promises to be an interesting session because we'll see a lot of discussions. And of course, this is going to be a major flashpoint, and that's exactly what we discussed tonight. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council has asked MPs from the state of Kerala to vote in favour of the Waqf Amendment Bill, which has faced opposition from both the Congress and the left in the state. Now, the BJP, of course, has welcomed this body's support to the bill. Remember, the KCBC is a powerful organisation of Catholic bishops in Kerala belonging to the Syro-Malabar, Latin and also the Syro-Malankara churches. Now, these are important sects of Christians in the state. Now, the CBCI, which is the central body, has also asked MPs to take a constructive decision on this, specifically talking about the Munambam matter. Now, the Munambam matter has become central to this demand for reform in the way Waqf properties are administered across the country. Kerala State Waqf Board has staked claim over 404 acres of land in Ernakulam district's Munambam coast, which is a land inhabited by families, generations of 600 Christians and Hindu families that are now fighting a legal dispute with the State Waqf Board for a land they have lived on for generations. Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju on Monday has slammed the opposition members, saying that those opposing the bill are powerful people while accusing them of misguiding the Muslim community. He has further stated that criticizing the bill was everybody's right, but the criticism should be substantial. That's what he has said. As the government gets ready to reintroduce the Waqf Amendment Bill in the ongoing session of the Parliament, what can one expect? What must we know? Is this about bringing in more transparency or assuming more control of properties that are owned by Waqf boards? Waqf, as the third largest land-owning entity in India, presides over a community that continues to face education, healthcare, and socio-economic challenges. The Muslim communities. So surely reform is not a bad idea, but what should those in power do to assuage the fears of this community and have those efforts been made in regard of the Waqf Amendment Bill? That's what we will discuss tonight. Let's first look at some political reactions.
You want to accuse the Kerala Catholic Bishop Council of being under the influence of RSS? What a bizarre statement, given what can be a more, unfounded allegation, you can say. A small group within the Muslim community who are misusing the Waqf properties for their personal gain. Some mutawallis and Waqf boards and some of the influential leaders have manipulated the Waqf properties for their personal gain. So when they resist, I can understand. Because for the first time, we are going to ensure that the Waqf properties are used for the welfare of the common Muslims. My special appeal to everybody is, when we are preparing to bring Waqf Amendment Bill in the Parliament, we must participate in the debate and discussion on the floor of the House. Outside the Parliament, a record numbers of deliberations, consultations have taken place. JPC has gone on record to have the widest ever consultation process and highest ever representations being received in the history of democratic India. No other committee has gone so deep. Now, when the bill is ready, I want to request all the political parties to participate and make your point on the floor of the Parliament. Please don't mislead. In the past few days, I have received very disturbing news of misleading and spreading lies. Some of the specific thing I want to tell, that some people are saying that this Waqf Amendment Bill is unconstitutional. This Waqf rule, these Waqf provisions, these were in existence before independence. How can Waqf Act be illegal if it was in existence before the independence?
So India's Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju saying that there's nothing unconstitutional about the Waqf Amendment Bill. That's all set to be tabled again in the Parliament in the coming days. We're told that it could be reintroduced on Wednesday. The bill, which, remember, sailed through a JPC, a Joint Parliamentary Committee, evading all the changes and suggestions proposed by the opposition MPs, is expected to spark fierce protests both inside and outside the Parliament. What does this say about the nature of the bill, and how is there a need to be worried about the bill, and what is the government doing with regard to concerns of the Muslim community? To talk about all of this, joining us now is Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Minister of State at the centre and also presently the Kerala State President of the BJP. Thank you, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, for joining us on NDTV. Congratulations, sir, on the new responsibility. My first question to you, how do you see the support of institutions such as Kerala Catholic Bishops' Council for the Waqf Amendment Bill? Even the CBCI, which is the central body for bishops, Catholic bishops, has also brought out a statement saying that residents of Munambam in Ernakulam, who have been facing this legal dispute with the State Waqf Board, they should get justice. How do you see this kind of support?
Look, this is a reasonably commonsensical open and shut issue. There are many people. These are very poor people from Munambam, hundreds of families that have had the threat of their land and property being seized hang over their head for several years now. And nobody has really paid any attention to them. Nobody has helped them. There has been a lot of lip service before every election. The CPM and the Congress trots out there and makes these vague, vacuous promises. And they remain at risk and peril of losing their land to the Waqf. And the only solution for this is to correct the anomalies, correct the distortions in the Waqf Act as it is in the statute book today. And it is very clear that that Waqf Amendment Bill is the only way people in Munambam, in Kerala in particular, and elsewhere in the country, can have their constitutional right to property be protected. So it is, for me, it is very, very logical and indeed a sense of duty for every MP to go out there and solve the problems of the people who are facing these problems by participating in the debate and passing this Waqf Amendment Bill. So therefore, the call from the KBC, the Kerala Bishops Council of Kerala Bishops Council, Catholic Bishops Council, then the Syro Malabar Church has also issued their call to the MPs, and then CBCI today is part of a growing clamor of people, Christians, Buddhists, Sikhs, Jains, everybody saying that these type of distortions should not continue on our law book. And this is a land of laws. This is a land of equal rights. And this is a land where the constitution prevails. And therefore, the Waqf Act ought to be amended. So it is really for MPs like Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who have recently parachuted into Kerala, and the other MPs of the Congress to make clear their position, because they are the ones who go waving the constitution. They are the ones who talk about constitutional rights. And so therefore, I believe, at least for this, they should abandon their appeasement politics and they should do the right thing by the people of Munambam and people all over the country.
Right. Also, Mr. Chandrasekhar, the government has claimed that the amendments are intended at uplifting the backward sections of the Muslim community and also bring in transparency. But many in the Muslim community say, and also some opposition politicians are saying that the government is making serious amendments to an important law that concerns the faith of Muslims. There have been no consultations, that's what they're claiming. And all of this is a violation of the Indian constitution.
So this is an outright lie, isn't it? I mean, even the most apolitical person today will know that there has been a large, long consultation that has been held. Anybody today who's observing this play out knows that there is this distortion and aberration in the act that gives a very asymmetric power to a body that is non-transparent, that is not accountable to anybody under the law, that can, at the whim and fancy, decide that this land belongs to them and can usurp the land without recourse to any other legal process. So this cannot be right by any stretch of imagination. And what is being done today is by no means, even if you are the worst critic of the government, you cannot find any logic or rationale to make the point that this is against any community. This is essentially bringing every community to the same level playing field, giving everybody the equal opportunity to own property without the fear of having that property being grabbed by somebody else. And B, the body that is supposedly looking after the welfare of poor Muslims should be doing that and not be taking land meant for the poor Muslims and giving it to rich builders, as we are seeing in Karnataka, as we have seen for decades around the country, and making a few elite people in that organization and that community rich. So therefore, transparency is good for that community. There is nothing in this Waqf Amendment Bill that I have heard of or seen or read or heard that is anyway directed at any community. This is about giving equal rights to every Indian, which is the core ethos, core value of our Indian constitution. And anybody opposing this is either lying through his teeth or is just simply doing what we know is being played out, which is appeasement politics and pandering to some people's fears.
Right. Mr. Chandrasekhar, also there are certain amendments, specifically the critics of the bill cite this one provision that allows for non-Muslims to become members of Waqf boards or councils. They say that even the Devaswam board in Kerala, which oversees the governance of public temples in Kerala, can only have Hindus as members, but the Waqf bill violates that norm.
I certainly am not the Minority Affairs Minister. I am not the expert on the subject. But if, let's assume for a minute, there are some legitimate issues like this, and if this qualifies as legitimate, I don't believe that it only has to be a Muslim to look after the interests of Muslim. I think every Indian today or every member of parliament is duty bound to serve everybody, every Indian citizen. So I don't, first of all, subscribe to that, but be that as it may, if this is an issue, then they should debate this in parliament. What is the problem? Why would you shut the door on any discourse, any debate? What are you afraid of? Let's assume that this is a legitimate issue and you have many more legitimate issues. The place that our founding fathers designed for these type of debates to happen is the parliament. It is certainly not misinformation. It is certainly not the social media where you plant these fake stories and then have a group in the community getting very agitated. So therefore, let's be clear. We are a mature country with the largest democracy in the world. Big issues, small issues, tough issues, easy issues. The place for parliamentarians to debate and discuss this and arrive at a solution and an answer that is equitable and fair to everybody is the parliament.
Also, Mr. Chandrasekhar, it was quite a surprise to see Catholic bodies openly supporting this bill. Would you see support for the bill coming from non-BJP quarters now? And what would your suggestions to parliamentarians be now as the bill is all set to be reintroduced?
I don't know why you would be surprised, because I am not surprised, because when it comes to looking after the interest of those who have problems, especially those who are vulnerable, it is really the duty of every social organization, every political party to step up to the plate and solve the problem. We can't have a situation where some people suffer and some people don't. That is not, it's not a selective public service that MPs are swearing on the Constitution when they swear on the Constitution. So therefore, this is to be, and this is my appeal to the Congress MPs, for once, especially the Congress MPs in Kerala, for once, Step away from this temptation to do appeasement politics and pandering to one community. Do the right thing by those who are truly today requiring their MPs to support them, help them solve a problem that has been hanging on their heads for a long, long time. That is the right thing to do, and I hope they do the right thing.
Right. Thank you, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, there for joining us, former MOS at the centre and presently the BJP chief of Kerala. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on NDTV. As the Parliament gets ready to deliberate on the Waqf Amendment Bill 2024, a land row in Kerala has become national news. The Kerala State Waqf Board included the disputed land in Munambam Coast in Ernakulam, which is inhabited by almost 600 families, most of them Christians, in the Waqf register as a Waqf property. Now, the occupants of the land in Munambam have been protesting for several months, demanding that the revenue rights of their holdings be restored. They claim to have purchased the holdings from a trust for which the property was reportedly given as Waqf in 1950. Philip Joseph, a resident of Munambam, also an activist now, joins us for a chat. In fact, I spoke to him earlier today, and the first question that I asked him was, the Munambam issue entails the claim of 600 families at Munambam in Ernakulam district, sir. And this is regarding 404 acres of land that the Waqf Board claims to be Waqf property. You, along with others, have been protesting for years for the land that you've lived on for generations. Can you tell us what this issue is all about and where does it stand now?
First of all, I just really thanking NDTV to be online. First, I just wanted to inform you, we were not fighting for months. It's been almost 4 years we've been fighting about this, what has happened to us. It's almost nearly 4 years we've been part of this invasion. I would call it an invasion by this organization called Waqf Board. So I'm a 5th generation for my family. I've been I'm 51 years old. So I'm a 5th generation of my family. We ourselves have a family history of around 160 years with written documents and everything. And so my house, what I'm staying right now, it is what I have inherited from my parents. So what this Waqf Board has done to us, it's been a part of a big conspiracy which has been created by this invaders. I call them invaders. And you need to know the land which we are staying and which I am part of this fisherman fraternity. We are on a piece which Waqf Board of Kerala claims there is 410 acres, which is absolutely wrong and which is a big lies they have created, a part of their conspiracy. We are only here 610 families in which it's and you need to know another fact. In this 3.5 long kilometer, 3.5 hour, the claim which they have put is on a 3.5 stretch, and it's an island. In this 3.5 kilometers, there is not even a single Muslim family. That is one of the biggest conspiracies. You know, they don't have a history to show. Even if you go back, like they say that this belongs to them, which is a part of a big conspiracy.
But Mr. Joseph, there have also been many reports about this, saying that residents purchased it from the Farooq College in 1960s when the college management tried to evict them. Can you help us clarify if the families that have lived on this land for generations, did you have any legal deeds to claim this?
We do have all the deeds. We do have all the original documents. We were paying the taxes, whatever Indian citizen lives in any part of India, whatever he does, we have. And these, in this 136 acres of land, there's been, it's just 3 years before, it was just like a normal place, which people buy and sell, and people come, people buy and sell. So there is no point to say that we don't have any deeds. We do have all the deeds, and we were paying tax. We have all the tax papers which we were paying to the government for the past 32 years. So that is another which it's been blinded, by other people. They say that we do have all the deeds. We do have whatever. How can we sell? How can most of the houses which belongs here, they have been pledged their documents in the bank and they have taken loan.
Right. Also, Mr. Joseph, did you approach the tribunal in this case? And also, there was a commission that was looking into this matter. What did they say?
Actually, there are people hearing a worry, but people hear it, but there is no. What do you care? We are just kept on a side that we have been told every day your problem will be solved soon, your problem will be solved soon. But there is another thing is the tribunal and everything. Apart from the latest thing which I wanted to address you, which nobody has addressed, regarding the new commission which was being appointed by this residing government. When the commission head, Mr. Ramachandran, he came to our place, he did the first session. The first thing which he addressed the people is, because there's been a big made-up story saying that this land is being told by courts this is a Waqf land. The first thing which the commission head, Mr. Ramachandran, had told is, no court in India has ever told this Munambam has been a Waqf land. This was the first thing. When he came for the first session, he addressed us directly. Please do keep in mind, not a single court in India has told that this land, because the Waqf board is saying that this court said like this, the other courts, he said not a single court in India has said that this belongs to the Waqf or this land. So you people need to know that this is what I want to say. Then afterwards, you know what happened, the same Waqf Samrakshana Samiti and the Waqf Samrakshana Vedi, they went to the court and they filed a case against the ruling government and they were forced to take off this commission.
Right. Also, my last question to you, Mr. Joseph, why do you think the Waqf Amendment Bill, the revised bill, can address issues such as yours?
Yes, of course, we do have a great, we are expecting a great from this new amendment which is being brought up. We do, because according to what we have seen and what we have read, we do have a lot of things which will give a lot of pressure on the Waqf board to take off their claim from us. They will be forced, because first of all, it's not a Waqf land. It's a deed which the Farooq College had the right to sell it. It's been written in the deed. You have the right to sell it. That's why they sold it. And why this government took 35 years tax and everything, and suddenly from nowhere, somebody comes and say this land belongs to us. And another thing I really say is, there is not even a single Muslim family in 3.5 kilometer radius. And they don't even have a history of somebody staying here for the past 200 years. So there is a big conspiracy.
Right. Thank you, Philip Joseph, for joining us, speaking on the Munambam dispute centered around legal challenges that residents of this Ernakulam village face now over the land that they live on. In fact, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has also acknowledged the KCBC's position on social media, calling it a welcome step. And she has also welcomed the bishop's demand to amend sections of the Waqf Act that they consider unfair and anti-constitutional. Also joining us now is Charan Singh Sapra, who's a Congress spokesperson. We have Atikur Rahman, researcher, Islamic Studies. We have Jason Adapalli, who's a former member of Kerala Roman Catholics. And we have R.P. Singh, BJP spokesperson. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. Mr. Sapra, there are these individual independent disputes between parties that makes you think if there is actually a need for reform. How is, you just heard the Munambam residents speaking about this. Ministers are talking about several disputes. How is the Congress party going to defend its position that Waqf Amendment Bill is anti-constitutional?
See, let me tell you in one line that this is not about the transparency. This is about the total control which Narendra Modi government wants on the Waqf board. We are generally opposing the way they are going. They just want to bulldoze these amendments which they want to get. And the kind of process they have followed, they made a JPC, no doubt, but in JPC, the dissent notes of the opposition member parliaments was not taken into account until and unless we protested in the parliament. The dissent notes were not taken into the account. So this government somewhere wants to hide something which is very serious. And when we say it is unconstitutional, it is an infringement on the rights of the Muslim community. It violates Article 25-26, which clearly says that a community has the right, has the independence to run their own religious monuments or religious mandirs. Now, like they are saying that Hindus will be in the Waqf board, can they say that Shromani Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee, we can allow Muslims or we can allow Christians in Shromani Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee? Or recently they have just announced a framework for Ram Janmabhoomi Trust in which 15 members they have announced, and clearly the government has stated that the officers, the government officers, IAS officers from central government and the state government will be Hindu. And if the DM in the state, in Ayodhya, is a Muslim, then the additional DM or maybe the deputy collector will be in his place. So when government is framing a particular law for Ayodhya, and there cannot be two set of rules, one for Hindus and one for Muslims.
Okay, let me ask
Basically,
Mr.
through this
Jason
bill,
here,
the government wants to
sir,
keep
the
the
CBCI has brought out a statement that says
that gets them easier votes.
Yes, Mr. Sapra, I'll come back to you. Mr. Jason, the CBCI's statement is different from what the Bishop Council in Kerala has given out, because the CBCI also says that minority rights have to be protected. What made the Bishops' Council in Kerala come out in support of this bill?
Well, if you look at this particular Waqf Amendment Bill, see, we should not be looking at just only on a particular religion. Now, this actually affects every Indian citizen, regardless of religion, caste, or background. Now, it's actually a battle between justice and injustice, between the rights of people and unchecked of power of a system that has led to land grabs across the country. Now, that is why Kerala Catholic Bishop Council, in fact, this particular statement which they have made was instigated by Bishop Ambrose Pudanvitil, who is the Kottapuram Bishop, and they have come forward in strong support of this amendment. Now, why did KCBC support this amendment? Now, this is not a political body. KCBC is not at all a political body. It's a moral voice that stands for truth, fairness, and justice.
Okay.
So why did it take stand on issue? Now, you look at this particular case of Bunambam case, 610 families. It's a direct attack on innocent families. And,
okay, so that's why you're showing support to Munambam. Mr. Atikur Rahman, apart from the Waqf by user and the fact that non-Muslims will be part of Waqf councils now, what are the concerns of the Muslim community, and do you think that the government has been able to reach out to the community and have a dialogue that has been put in place?
Masuda, there are two important areas. One, in the Waqf Amendment Act, there is a clause, and the clause reads, no suit, appeal, or other proceedings for the enforcement of any right on behalf of the Waqf which have not been registered shall be instituted, commenced, heard, tried, or decided by any court after 6 months of the commencement of the 2024 Waqf Amendment Act. Now tell me, Vasudha, is this democratic? Is this not arbitrary on the part of the government? When the community is showing you that we do not align with the government lines, that you try to usurp our large lands. We are not depending only on the opposition, Vasudha. The opposition parties can have their own political priorities. Here the community, 5 crore of them, has registered their concerns with the JPC. And the government of India is not trying to align this particular aspect. And secondly, Vasudha, if the government needs that the Muslim community should rely upon the government, how can we expect this particular Modi government?
Okay, Mr. RP Singh, can you respond to Mr. Atikur Rahman? He's saying that this bill is not just anti-democratic, it's also anti-constitutional.
Well, Vasudha, first let me just clear some doubts which have been raised by my friend in Congress party. He said that the land, the masjid or the religious places will be used, the land for that will be managed by the government of India or managed by the Waqf board, which will Waqf board. No, so please, and don't compare Waqf board with Gurdwara committee. Gurdwara committee is supposed to manage the Gurdwaras, not the land. This Waqf board is basically land management organization. And also, there is no issue of any masjid being run by any trust. But all masjids can be run by any trust, and then trust can be managed as they want to manage it. No one is interfering into that. The only concern is that because there are properties, and let me remind Mr. Sapra also that there is already a dispute which is going on in Yamunanagar between a Gurdwara committee and the Waqf board, because Waqf board has claimed the Gurdwara land. And I've been told that even the Gurdwara Rakabganj Sahib is under consideration of being claimed by the Waqf board. So the concern is that
Mr. Sapra, quickly, would you like to respond to that? 30 seconds.
Yeah. See, when he's talking about, he's not sure about the Rakabganj Gurdwara land. He's saying it may be. He's saying.
Sir, I'm telling you by surety about Yamunanagar.
Make it clear.
I'm telling you by surety about Yamunanagar. No. Let's talk about Yamunanagar first.
Please don't shout. Listen.
Don't run away. And then please don't compare Gurdwara committee with Waqf Board. Waqf Board is purely a land management organization.
Out of
the land management trust, Gurdwara committee manages
have been encroached by the government authorities. Is the government ready to free those 65 lands? Maybe the Rakabganj might be one of the 65 lands. The government has encroached 65 land parcels in Delhi out of 355. This is what such a committee is saying. First reply on that.
Such and when you are saying also says that the
not only running the Gurdwara, it is also controlling the property.
It says it should earn something like 1,200 crore rupees, which is only 163 crore rupees.
Which Mr. R.P. Singh doesn't know.
What are you talking about? You are standing by the land mafias, and that's what Congress do. Because your dynasty has been with the land mafias only. Your family, your dynasty, which you belong to, only stand by the land mafia, and they themselves are being the same.
Property.
And Mr. Singh, thank you so much for being part of this. I'm completely out of time. Thank you all of you for joining me on this discussion. The Waqf clearly is too important an institution to fail. So while reform is the way forward, dialogue also needs to be at the center of these efforts. Maybe the discussion that the Parliament is all set to witness in the next few days, probably on Wednesday, will clear the air. With that, it's a wrap from me, but my colleague Vishnu Shom joins us. Vishnu, tell us, what are we discussing today?
I want to know if your guests are still fighting with each other. But be that as it may, we've got a pretty packed program. There's been a building collapse in Thailand. Why are we looking at it? There was an earthquake, of course. Is because it appears that 4 Chinese nationals may be trying to take away documents which linked that particular building to a Chinese construction company. We've got all of that and a lot more coming up on this program. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. On the program this evening, allegations of corruption are plaguing Chinese infrastructure projects worldwide, including a collapsed 33-story building in Bangkok. That's a building linked to a Chinese firm. Now, Thai police have detained 4 Chinese nationals attempting to remove files from the site, raising cover-up fears. From bribery in Africa to faulty dams in South America, critics highlight a pattern of substandard work and opacity in Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative. That's a primary initiative of Beijing to spread their economic influence. Now, the Bangkok disaster, which killed 18, has intensified scrutiny of possible shoddy materials and oversight failures. Investigations are underway as global concerns grow. Next on the program, President Trump is reportedly very upset, to use his own words, pissed off with Russia as attacks in Ukraine persist despite his push for a ceasefire. Sources say he's threatened tariffs on Russian oil if Moscow doesn't comply. Meanwhile, Trump has escalated tensions elsewhere, warning Iran of bombings if it refuses nuclear talks. After promising swift global peace, including an end to the Ukraine war within 24 hours, Trump's plans seem to be unraveling. With stalled negotiations and rising threats, critics question whether his aggressive diplomacy can deliver stability or if it is fueling chaos indeed. So we've got a packed program, as you can see, the headlines at this hour. The latest on the Kunal Kamra comments controversy. Police land up at the comedian's doorstep. Kamra takes a swipe at the Mumbai police, saying that you're landing up at an old address. That's a waste of time. The Empuran controversy. There's a row which is continuing, a political storm despite the actor's apology. And it's an open face-off between the Telangana government and the opposition over tension at the Hyderabad campus. It's a face-off over environmental concerns over construction activity. Well, allegations of corruption are plaguing Chinese infrastructure projects worldwide, including a collapsed 33-story building in Bangkok linked to a Chinese firm. Now, Thai police have detained 4 Chinese nationals attempting to apparently remove files from the...
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small. finish the window.
A tragic collapse, a city in shock, and now a new twist. Chinese nationals caught in the act, removing critical documents from the rubble. But who are they, and what secrets do they carry?
I'm right outside the collapse site where it was supposed to be a state audit office here in Bangkok. This is now a crime scene. As on March 29th, 4 Chinese nationals were apprehended trying to retrieve 32 documents illegally.
Thai investigators are probing whether these documents are linked to the collapse. The suspects are subcontractors under a joint venture with Italian Thai Development Public Company Limited. This isn't the first time Chinese companies have been under scrutiny. From questionable construction practices to legal battles over safety violations, their global track record raises concerns. In the Philippines, the China Communications Construction Company has been barred by the World Bank for 8 years due to alleged fraudulent bidding on a highway contract. In Myanmar, the same company was involved in the new Yangon city project and was accused of bribery and controversial land selection. In Bangladesh, China Harbour Engineering was blacklisted after being accused of offering a bribe to a Bangladeshi official. In Georgia, Poland and Israel, there have been concerns of corruption and security risks with the China Railway Tunnel Group. In Bangkok, the collapse of a building has uncovered more than just rubble. It has exposed a web of questions still waiting to be answered.
The 4 suspects, who are reportedly from China, have reportedly claimed that they were trying to retrieve documents for an insurance claim. But it could be more than just paperwork. It could lead to evidence connecting this site to a major fraud. With camera person Rohit Vishwakarma, this is Vishal Vivek reporting for NDTV World in Chatuchak, Bangkok.
Well, it's not just this particular example where there are allegations of corruption, documents being taken away. In fact, there have been several concerns which have been raised on Chinese construction activity. So what we thought we'd do is highlight a few of those and look at what appears to be more than just a trend. It's actually a pattern. Let's start with Bangladesh. Now, Bangladesh blacklisted the China Harbour Engineering Company, CHEC. The CHEC alleged officials bribed Bangladeshi officials to secure contracts. That's part of the allegations. The CHEC was also involved in key infrastructure projects across the subcontinent. It contributed, for example, to Sri Lanka's Hambantota port development. They also played a role in Pakistan's Gwadar port project. Both of these are of significant strategic concern to India. But let's focus a little bit more on the corruption angles. In Pakistan, the Multan Metro project faced corruption allegations. A Chinese firm falsely claimed involvement in the $300 million project. The firm inflated its financial records allegedly to deceive investors. In Malaysia, the 1MDB scandal implicated Chinese state-owned firms. Chinese firms were booked for their role or their alleged role in this scandal. Reports indicate the costs of infrastructure projects was inflated. Reports have linked a former prime minister to this corruption. Reports suggest a political quid pro quo was involved. Reports claim access to Malaysian ports was offered in return for inflated project costs. In Kazakhstan, a pipeline construction project involved an alleged kickback scheme. A report alleges Kazakhstan's president was apparently involved in this corruption allegation. A report also states that project costs were inflated. This report says that funds were apparently diverted from the project. Now, the story also ties the corruption networks to the Belt and Road Initiative of China. That's a huge initiative. We'll talk about that. In Congo, meanwhile, the Siko Mines deal has been linked to corruption. Reports state that Chinese state-owned businesses paid bribes, and reports allege that the Congolese president, Joseph Kabila, was bribed. These are allegations but appear in strong reports. Reports also note that $3 billion in infrastructure was promised, only $1 billion was delivered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, Ecuador, the Coca-Codo Sinclair hydroelectric dam has been labeled a scam. Reports claim officials, including very senior ones, were bribed. The dam has over 17,000 structural cracks. Apparently, It's located near an active volcano. It operates at limited capacity due to its location. Now, what we've tried to do over here is to highlight several of these international concerns. I'm now joined by Dr. Brahma Chelani, Strategic Affairs expert. I'm joined by Einar Tangen. He's a political affairs commentator. We've also got Jonah Blank and Glenn Carl with us. Thank you all very much for being with us. I think, Dr. Chelani, the point that we were trying to make in raising those examples is that it's not just about the allegations which have been raised in this building collapse in Bangkok. In fact, there appears to be several examples of alleged construction linked with major Chinese infrastructure attempts. Is that also a pattern that you have detected?
Well, let's begin with Bangkok. It's a city with some 200 skyscrapers. How come only one skyscraper collapsed? Engineers have found no structural damage in the other skyscrapers from the earthquake. The collapse of this unfinished 30-story tower magnified the impact of the earthquake in Bangkok. Bangkok, we should not forget, is located more than 1,000 kilometers from the epicenter of the earthquake in Myanmar. But for the collapse of this high-rise building, the damage from the earthquake in Bangkok would have been minimal. Now, this Chinese state-owned company that led the consortium in building this skyscraper has been heavily involved in China's Belt and Road Initiative. Now, corruption and shoddy construction have significantly impacted the BRI, contributing to its loss of momentum in several ways. China itself has acknowledged the problems, the shoddy construction, the corruption, and it has begun to exercise greater scrutiny over BRI projects. Corruption has inflated BRI project costs, leading to higher debt burdens for recipient countries. Many projects have been awarded without transparent bidding processes, facilitating bribery and kickbacks. And this has reinforced debt trap diplomacy concerns. The perception that China intentionally traps countries in debt so as to damage their financial viability. And then there are these concerns about poor project quality, shoddy construction, often due to corruption and lack of oversight, results in projects that are unsafe, inefficient, and prone to premature failure. And this is what we know. This is what the Bangkok tower collapse illustrates.
Okay. Hold on for half a second, sir. Let me just take that across to Einar Tangen, who's with us. Sir, I think one of the questions being raised is how transparent are project financing and contract awards involving Chinese firms. I'll tell you why. Many Chinese infrastructure projects, for example, the $13 billion East Coast Rail Link in Malaysia, were awarded through government-to-government deals without competitive bidding, raising questions about contracts are inflated to allegedly include kickbacks. You know, that's something that's been alleged in the 1MDB scandal, where the role of a Chinese company hinted at cost padding, in a sense, to bail out a troubled fund.
Well, I know you'll be shocked to hear that there is corruption out there, but you know the majority of cases that you've mentioned, and also Dr. Chelani involved, the governments themselves, not China. They're the ones who are running these projects, and they're the ones who insist on a no bid contract or negotiating. China is becoming more and more wary of government-to-government loans simply because of these problems. There's often excessive demands for kickbacks and bribes and things like this. And state-owned enterprises in the past have sometimes given in to those. And the Chinese government has punished them. I mean, everyone would have to admit that the Chinese take corruption very, very seriously. There are no people in their Congress who have criminal cases against them, nor do they have a president who has 43 criminal convictions. So this is a problem. The Chinese government will get to the bottom of it. If those people were taking files in an effort to cover up, they're going to face extremely harsh penalties.
Jonah Blank, there's also this concern about so-called signature bonuses. And I mean, again, let me give you an example. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, there's the Seco Mines deal. It again involved China closely. Apparently $55 million were given in signature bonuses. That vanished, apparently funneled into the inner circle of the top leadership, suggesting that these funds meant as goodwill or incentives may have been siphoned off by local elites in collusion with Chinese firms. This is just yet another example, but do you see this as involving parties outside the Chinese companies itself, or do you see this as an effort by Beijing to hard sell their infra products, their solutions in order to have a larger stake around the world?
Yes, and Vishnu, your report very well outlines some of the very real dangers of the way that China is operating its Belt and Road Initiative, or the One Belt, One Road, whatever one label one wishes to call it. One sometimes sees the idea of corruption as a victimless crime. I'm paying a kickback to get one up on my competitor, or we're just taking money from the government coffers. But that's not the way things really work. People don't give a massive bribe and then go on to do a wonderful job. They give a massive bribe quite frequently because they want to cut corners in ways that harm real people. If this building in Bangkok had been fully occupied when it came down, that would have been tens of thousands potentially of dead people just because of a kickback. And this is the point. If the people who are doing this, if the Chinese companies are doing this, don't face any legal consequence in the country, like Thailand, where they've paid a bribe, presumably, they're not going to face it back home because the Chinese system does not actually punish corrupt people unless the people at the top of the system decide for their own political reasons that they want that person punished.
Ainatangan, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, Noah likes to take a dim view of China. I don't think that tens of thousands of people would have died. But yeah, this is an issue, but it is not the issue that he's talking about. China offers the lowest prices on infrastructure. They have accomplished the most amazing infrastructure projects. And even Noah would have to admit that. I mean, the kind of bridges and major projects they've done and the speed in which they've done it and the safety record for most part of it. But the problem is when these companies go abroad and they're trying to deal with governments who are less than honest. And, India, of all places, can attest to that. You had 50, 60 different major infrastructure failures last year alone, bridges, overpasses, buildings, etc. And it involved corruption. So this is not something new. And in terms of the U.S., my goodness, the U.S. pays more in fines for all the kind of corruption that it's involved with, from building to finance, than anybody. So I take Noah's ideas with a grain of salt. He's not in a position to really be preaching about all of these things. But it is serious, and contrary to what he says, anybody who's involved in corruption overseas does go to jail. This is not a situation like in India, where you have 251 out of 543 people in the Lok Sabha facing criminal charges. This is, China is very, very much on the up and up.
Vishnu, can I respond to that, please?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yes. The comment about the United States is well taken. In fact, the United States had, until about 2 months ago, punished any American companies that gave bribes overseas. The legislation is the Corrupt Foreign Practices Act. Not every country has that. For example, France does not. And Donald Trump specifically ordered that his Justice Department stop enforcing the Corrupt Foreign Practices Act. The United States has gotten much, much more corrupt in the past 2 months, and indeed in the past 8 years or so, than it had been in the past. That's exactly the point. Companies that give bribes typically do so in ways that hurt the public interest. And any effort to take that back, to not punish companies like that, hurts everyone. In the United States, we have become a much more corrupt nation. China is and has been a much more corrupt nation than most other countries. If you just look at the Transparency International Index, if you just look at the corruption language in China itself, I really don't think you can make the case that China is a leader in clean government, or that corruption is not a major problem.
Okay. I just wanted to go across to Glenn Carl, sort of looking at beyond just the prism of corruption, to look at the role of China in sort of development activities across the world. One of the models they follow is debt structures. What role, my question is, what role do debt structures play in facilitating corruption? Why? Because, China has resource-backed loans. For example, Ecuador, $1.7 billion. It's an oil repayable loan for Coca-Cola Sinclair. It often locks countries into long-term debt. There's the entire Hambantota port in Sri Lanka, which China now has a large amount of control over, because Sri Lanka is unable to pay for that. This seems to indicate a certain strategy of drawing countries into a long-term debt which they are unable to pay off. Thereby, China enhances its influence in these countries. I mean, that's what my reading is. I don't know if you agree. Glenn Carl.
Well, yes, there's been a lot of talk and anxiety, certainly, since the beginning of the Belt and Road Initiative and the continuing rise of China in influence and wealth and international role, about what the strategic objectives and possible reality of using debt to behind the scenes influence, if not to coerce. I don't think we need to go there. We don't need to speak about intent. I can't prove what Xi Jinping's intent or Chinese intent is with that regard, but that's secondary, actually, to the reality that this is what happens when you have an opaque series of structures that add up to what you described. So you have the Belt and Road Initiative is opaque by design. The bribery law that China did pass in 2011 has not been very vigorously enforced, with the exception of against those entities, public PLA-owned companies or private companies, and individuals in the political system who have been viewed as threats or potential rivals to Xi Jinping and the supremacy of the Chinese Communist Party, as Xi Jinping wishes to see it function or work. And then you have the Chinese companies worldwide are among the least transparent in the world. And the Chinese banks also are the least transparent. So whatever the intent, the result of all of these partially intentional, partially structural opacities, if that's the word, opaqueness, add up to, yes, Bangladesh and Pakistan and Angola and Peru and Ecuador and all of the specific companies find themselves squeezed and subject to pressure. That's just the reality. And then the other reality is the collapsing building that you'll see because the standards are not enforced. And this is, as the gentleman said before, why the United States, up until 2 months ago, we have what we have in the White House now, has always pushed for. And I worked on myself, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. The counter argument to us was, well, this is how the world works. Unless you grease someone's palm, nothing will happen. And that may well be true, but it is better. The United States had decided until 2 months ago, and much of the world also agreed, to have rigorous practices and clear, verifiable standards for financially and in the industry, than to have the corruption that leads to falling buildings and distorted government decisions.
Einar Tangen, you're welcome to respond to that, but also my question, if you don't mind, it's one thing to talk about corruption and how these projects are happening, whether they're being aggressively pushed by the Chinese government at any cost, or is it a part of influence enhancement of Beijing? For example, how do port investments enhance China's maritime power projection. Chinese firms, have acquired stakes in strategic ports such as Piraeus in Greece. I mentioned Hambantota. There's Dorale in Djibouti. Are these investments meant to secure maritime trade routes, or are these essentially, do they have a military premise? What exactly is the goal over here?
Well, you can speculate and ask all the questions you like, but let's look at the facts. GDP in the rest of the world, including India, has risen precipitously at the same time that the developed world has gone down. And this has been during the period of the Belt and Road. China's invested $1 trillion. They've mapped out a framework which includes the rest of the world as opposed to ignoring it. I mean, just think of it. The first port on the western side of the South America in Peru was completed. Prior to that, you only had ones in Mexico, and then, of course, the one that, who knows, will be controlled by the United States in terms of the Panama Canal. China has been going out and recruiting people with the idea that if you build roads, ports, airports, railways, you can do trade. You can get your minerals and your agriculture out. You can bring in companies that are going to do work and provide jobs. If that's being opaque, the world needs more opaqueness. The United States has, in essence, ignored everybody. The extent they're getting involved, as in with the Philippines, when they told people falsely that if they took the Chinese vaccine, they would turn into alligators. They didn't really care that a lot of Filipinos died because they didn't take the vaccine. But, these are the types of things. And, they justify it saying, well, we're getting at China. China's a threat to us, and it doesn't really matter who gets in between. And this is what I see with this Belt and Road initiative attack. It's something that the world needs. Where was the rest of the world? I mean, where was Europe and America in terms of helping these countries rise up? Nowhere. They're just post-colonial countries who are trying to live off what they had accumulated before, like France, buying uranium yellow cake at 20 cents euro a pound and selling it for 200 euros a pound in the open market.
Okay. Dr. Chilani, last word to you. There's also this concern that there are projects, Chinese projects, concentrated in geopolitically sensitive regions. For example, in Kyaukphyu port in Myanmar, that's near the Andaman Islands. That's obviously hugely sensitive for India. There are other areas as well. I mentioned Djibouti earlier on and Indian Ocean security. Is this an effort at encircling nations that China considers, a foe or a threat? You can make the same argument in the South China Seas.
Well, China's death trap diplomacy, bankrolled by the Belt and Road Initiative, has broader objectives. It's not merely to load developing countries with unsustainable debts so as to extract economic and political concessions. China uses death trap diplomacy for a variety of purposes, extending from extracting strategic concessions or compliance on foreign policy matters. At times, China has used a borrowing country's debt crisis to compel it to cede strategic assets. Assets, for example, Tajikistan in 2011, in exchange for ceding over 1,100 square kilometers of strategic territory in the Pamir mountain region, China wrote off Tajikistan's debt. So there are a variety of purposes for which the BRI has proved useful for China. But I think the Bangkok tower collapse, that collapse and the damage to the BRI's reputation is going to be huge. The damaged reputation and the loss of trust. The fact is that corruption, debt traps, environmental damage have attracted increasing international scrutiny of the BRI. But the BRI, even before the Bangkok tower collapse, had lost momentum. It was facing growing headwind. But now, after that, one single tower collapse in Bangkok, and the whole focus being on the shoddy construction by Chinese state-owned company, I think the reputational damage would be hard to repair.
All right, we leave it over there, gentlemen. Thank you very much for being with us. Larger questions on China's infrastructure goals and the link to alleged corruption, not just in Thailand, but perhaps elsewhere as well. We've been talking about the situation in Thailand because of the earthquake, and of course, we're looking at a different angle today. But I spent some time today looking at Myanmar as well in terms of the damage which has been caused. Remember, the Indian Army, our National Disaster Relief Force, are working. There are almost 2,000, if not more, people who've lost their lives as a result of the earthquake. What we can now bring you is some satellite imagery, which actually points to the to damage which has taken place. We worked on this satellite imagery. Now, this is the Inwa Bridge in Sagaing. Sagaing, we've pointed it out on the map over there and where exactly it is located. This image on top is, it's got about a dozen odd spans. On the 23rd of March, 2025, as you can see, it was entirely functional. And then on the 29th of March, the spans have broken, and as a result of the earthquake. Let's go to the next image. It's fairly striking. Again, in the Sagaing area, the Mashikhana Pagoda on top when it was intact, and over here, a couple of days later, when it was completely destroyed as a result of the earthquake. We'll bring you more examples of this. Again, this is the very well-known and the historic Mahamuni Pagoda in Mandalay. The image below is, and let's just zoom into this image. This is after it's been destroyed, right? And what was it before it was destroyed? Just zoom in over here to the image on top. This is when it was okay, and the structure was actually intact. Now just tilt the camera down, and this is what it looks like now after it's been destroyed. Let's move to the next couple of images, again to give you an idea. Again, this is the Anada Pagoda and Pindaya Monastery in Mandalay. This is the before image on the 23rd of March when it was intact, and just look at the situation over here when it's it's been entirely destroyed. Pan down a little bit more. As you can see, it's been entirely destroyed over here. These are historic sites in Myanmar which have been devastated. Let's go to the next couple of images as well, and this is really frightening and a reminder of how shanties and shacks in so many parts of South Asia are the most vulnerable. This again in Mandalay, destroyed shacks and buildings. This is the before image when the shacks were intact, people living over here in a shanty, and then over here in the image below, this entire area has been completely obliterated. So just zoom out on this image so that we can see both. This is the before image when you can see that this is intact, and over here it's been completely destroyed. So that gives you an idea of the extent of the damage. Well, let's move on now to another one of our stories, our big focus point on left, right, and center. President Trump is reportedly very upset with Russia as attacks in Ukraine persist despite his push for a ceasefire. Sources say he's threatened tariffs on Russian oil if Moscow doesn't comply. Meanwhile, Trump has escalated tensions elsewhere, warning Iran of bombings if it refuses nuclear talks. After promising swift global peace, including an end to the Ukraine war within 24 hours, Trump's plans seem to be unraveling with stalled negotiations and rising threats. Critics question whether his aggressive diplomacy can deliver stability or if it's fueling chaos instead.
I think he'll be okay. Whatever he is, and I was disappointed in a certain way. Some of the things that were said over the last day or two having to do with Zelensky, because when he considers Zelensky not credible, he's supposed to be making a deal with him, whether you like him or you don't like him. So I wasn't happy with that, but I think he's going to be good.
Географія та жорстокість російських ударів не просто іноді, а буквально кожного дня, кожної ночі показує, наскільки Путіну плювати на дипломатію. Ми вже кілька тижнів маємо саме американську пропозицію про безумовне припинення вогню. І щодоби, фактично, у відповідь на цю пропозицію, російські дрони, російські бомби, артилерійські обстріли, балістика.
Well, joining us now, Professor Scott Lucas, Mohammad Khatibi, he's a senior journalist with Press TV in Iran, Professor Andrew Latham, Professor James Dorsey, and Vivek Mishra. Thank you all very much for being with us. Professor Lucas, to you first, what options does Trump have if Russia dismisses his tariff threats over Ukraine?
Well, he has the option of supporting Ukraine. I mean, that's the fundamental here, is that just like European countries, many other countries around the world continue to give financial and military assistance to Ukraine to resist that Russian invasion in its fourth year. Trump can renew the U.S. support for that. The problem with Trump's approach to Ukraine, and the approach with his idea of being a peacemaker, is that Russia only wants a peace if it gets all its demands. It wants more than 25% of Ukraine. It wants it to be Russian territory. It wants Ukraine to be kept weak and demilitarized with no security guarantees from the West. It wants all sanctions lifted on Russia. It wants no accountability for the deaths it's caused in the conflict. And Trump really doesn't have an answer to that at this point, other than showing his frustration, as he did yesterday with Vladimir Putin. And similarly, if you were to take another example, which would be the question of Gaza, when the Israeli government continued to pursue the bombing of Gaza, the mass killing of Gaza, rather than going to a phase 2 ceasefire, Trump had no answer for that. You know, he had no way to intervene and to try to pull the Israeli government back from that, even if he had wanted to. So what you have is Trump's rhetoric versus the realities of conflicts in which certain countries are being quite aggressive.
Professor Latham, Trump pledged to end the Ukraine war in what did he say, 24 hours. Do you think that that timeline has now essentially stalled? We are 3 months or so into his term.
Yeah, I don't know what 3 months times 24 hours is, but it's way more than 24 hours. Look, these are the basics. Trump's diplomacy, if I can refer to his foreign policy in that way, has been to turn the screws on Zelensky and seduce Putin. And Putin realized that all he had to do was play the long game and delay, because his forces on the ground were accomplishing everything that he wanted to, even if not as quickly as he wanted to. Here's what's going on right now, I think. And I don't want to stress the metaphor too much, but Trump is a jilted lover.
Right.
He's finally realized that Putin is not going to play his game. He's not going to deliver the peace that President Trump so desperately wants. He's not going to enter into a new strategic partnership, Putin, with Trump on the world stage. And that has left Trump reacting the way I'm afraid he often does, which is to throw a temper tantrum. Now, the question is, what will be the implications if he really tightens the screws on Putin and Russia's oil exports? That's going to have a huge implication in terms of the cost of energy in Europe. It's going to problematize the United States' relationship with India, which President Trump has invested a lot of time, energy, and increasingly money in. I don't think Trump has a lot of good options here, except options that are ultimately counterproductive for the United States. Unfortunately, Trump is often willing to pursue policies, like his tariff policy, that are counterproductive for the United States. And I think this is in that vein.
Mohammad Khatibi, President Trump has escalated tensions elsewhere. He's warned Iran of bombings if Tehran refuses nuclear talks. How do you assess this? Do you take this threat seriously? Is there any indicator that Iran may be willing to get into serious talks on the nuclear issue, which has been the most thorny issue between Iran and much of the Western world?
So thanks for having me. Iran and U.S. have been in serious talks before, and because of the situation of Trump and his administration, he didn't do anything to better the situation. In his first term, he tried his maximum pressure policy, but he failed because of so many reasons. He didn't convince China and other countries to buy from Iran, and they were not able to control oil sales. Trump is just bluffing about bombing Iran because he doesn't, and to be honest, he doesn't have the guts to do it, because he will be, US troops in the region will be targeted. Also, US allies, as well as other assets in the West Asia region and Middle East will be targeted. And it's not just the US that suffers from the escalation, and China, Russia, and others in the region, other countries in the region will suffer also. For example, there are so many bases, US bases in the Persian Gulf region, and there will be bombings there if Trump decides to bomb Iran. Iran is nothing like Yemen, and Trump threatening Iran is just threatening the US itself.
Okay.
So Trump,
I just want to get a quick reaction on that, Mr. Khatibi. But Professor James Dorsey, let me come to you next. Do you actually see a scenario where the US may be bombing Iran?
Well, I think that I agree with much that both Scott and Andrew said before this. I do think, though, that there's one difference between the situation regarding Ukraine and the situation regarding Gaza and Iran. And that is, I don't think that all of that has played out yet. You have two key players, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, that have potentially put $2 trillion in investments in the United States over the coming years on the table. You have now reports that Trump is going to make his first overseas trip, like he did in his first term in office. He's going to make his first trip to the Gulf again, into the Middle East. So what that means is neither Saudi Arabia nor the UAE want to see Trump's plan implemented. Saudi Arabia more opposed to that than the UAE. Trump's plan implemented with regard to resettlement of the Palestinians. They also, contrary to their attitude towards Iran in the first term, in Trump's first term, don't want to see a military confrontation. They've restored relations with Iran. They've trying and not unsuccessfully working out a modus vivendi, whereby they, for all practical matters, freeze the differences between them and try and focus on economic and other issues. So they don't want to see an expansion of the Middle East war into one that becomes a regional war as a result of an attack on Iran.
In fact, that was sort of my question to Vivek Mishra. Mr. Mishra, do you see Trump managing Russia and Iran conflicts simultaneously without triggering a larger crisis?
I don't think there is the larger war on Trump's mind. I think all he wants, from what it appears, all he wants is, shake the boat and allow things to fall into place. And the initial signals of which we are seeing, particularly in terms of the threats that today, and the fact that Trump is particularly annoyed at Putin, I think the fact that he has made this public is a strategy. And if you look at the tariff strategy of Trump, and if that is any template to follow, there are going to be push and shove, but I don't think this is going to escalate, particularly on both the fronts. On Iran, I think there's already a coordinated strategy alongside Israel that is going on with the Houthis. And Trump's, one of the main agendas for Trump is to start the Persian Gulf oil to at least the U.S. ships to flow, which hasn't sailed those areas for over 4 months. So I think the initial template for Trump, I don't think could be extended to an all-out war on both the fronts. But this is a strategy that is now starting to look familiar from Trump.
Professor Lucas, the last word, from you. It would be a huge embarrassment for Donald Trump, wouldn't it, if Russia didn't come to the table? Because on the one hand, you've had J.D. Vance tell Europe that, look, you've got it all wrong as far as Russia is concerned. We will not be the bedrock to your security. You better start acting yourselves. And yet, if Russia continues to fight, America may have no option but to change its strategy. I mean, do you realistically see that happening, that the US continues to allow the fight in Ukraine to continue because it has no options?
Well, I would just put it this way. If Donald Trump was a smart politician, he would work with other countries. He would not just simply act like a bully swinging in a playground. He would, for example, realize that Iran is in an economic crisis right now, and you don't need to go to war with Iran for there to be significant changes to take place. He would realize that if you continue to bolster Ukraine, that Russia is overextended right now in terms of its attempt to conquer that country. But the upshot of this is, because Donald Trump is a bully, he doesn't realize there are other kids in the playground. India has influence. The Gulf states have influence. Europe has influence. We're not in a world where the US leads and everyone else follows. But I'm afraid Donald Trump, I only slightly disagree with your panel on this. He doesn't have a strategy. He just has bluster. And unfortunately, his bluster is not going to be effective on a day-to-day basis.
All right. I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. There was a real hope that one way or the other there would be peace in Ukraine. It's not happening right now, it appears. Will there be peace anytime soon? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to take a short break. Up after that, we'll be looking at the situation in Nepal. My colleague Gauri has been trying to analyze what's going on in Nepal as these protests do appear to be intensifying. That's up next. Stay tuned.
Fenesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs. इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस. आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए.
Finer Fenesta.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Bharat welcomes the world to a new era of creativity. Waves World Audio-Visual and Entertainment Summit, as Mumbai hosts the global stage for creativity and innovation. Connecting creators through Creatosphere, where emerging voices rise. Wave Accelerator, where ideas meet global investors. Waves Bazaar, a global marketplace for content. Connecting countries through global media dialogue and industry roundtable. Bharat Pavilion, capturing India's rich history of storytelling.
वेव्स के रूप में भारत एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाने जा रहा है जिसमें दुनिया के एंटरटेनमेंट लैंडस्केप पर उसको बदलने की क्षमता होगी.
From culturals to cinema, gaming to animation, fueling the next wave of entertainment. Connecting creators, connecting countries. Waves 2025.
Notice by all of these auditors.
SEBI is seeking more information on the trades and the all the transaction which has happened from the exchanges, both NSE and BSE.
The Reserve Bank of India's supervisory officers, they are seeking compliance reports on their foreign currency borrowings by these banks.
The DSS is, actively engaging with the Reserve Bank of India to sort of ensure the thorough examination of the matter. And
IndusInd Bank, as part of its internal review, had found that certain aspects of its derivatives portfolio was not meeting the standard that was set by the Reserve Bank of India.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of viewers are the big questions that I'll put forth to the panelists joining me. First up, is public disenchantment really the major reason for the protest and anger that's unfolding on the streets in Nepal? Second, what is really the role of the former Maoist top leader, Durga Prasad, who's really now being seen as playing an instrumental role in the disruption that's taking place? Third and very important part, how much did King Gyanedra's remarks add to the flux and the turmoil that Kathmandu is actually seeing? Manjeev Singh Puri, former ambassador to Nepal, as well as Gaurav Pokral, who's a journalist joining me from Kathmandu to talk more on this. Gaurav, let me start with you. As we see what's unfolding in Kathmandu, one thing is clear, that you have these two sets of protesters that are clashing, the pro-republic ones and the pro-monarchy ones. What is the latest update that you can share with us, Gaurav?
Okay, thank you for having me on the show. On Friday, the both forces, pro-monarchy and democratic force, had scheduled separate demonstrations in Kathmandu. The monarchist force had kept their program at Tinkone area. They had kept the program in Tinkone ground, and the pro-republican force had kept the program in Vrikuti Mandap. The pro-republican force program went so well, so peacefully, but there has been